So Jeff is getting voted in this year.
Yes.
That's what's impressive to me.
We'll do it. Yeah.
Last year. But that's just, that is a declining as a kid, that's a tree.
Well, you know what, that's
So I am managing 46, the house across the street from you.
They do. Someone's dog shits. And I'm tired because my dog's like,
Right.
so cameras, put those cameras.
Where are they doing it?
I'm gonna make it.
Yeah. Because you can put the cameras where it is. Yeah. chat got on.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hi. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. So glad to have everybody here this morning. Let's just take a moment to really land, to get here. I'm sure everybody took sacrifices to be here, between obligations, responsibilities, other things you could have done. It's Saturday morning and you're in Boca Raton, Florida. Can we get an idea of where people are coming from?
Indiana.
Where? Indiana. Welcome, Lisa. Glad you're here. Good to see you. Okay. Philly. Did you come straight just for the event?
Well, no, a friend of mine said she was interested in going to Key West, so she came along and then we're going to Key West.
Amazing. Very cool. Is she here as well or she's somewhere else?
I'm sorry?
Is she here for the event?
At the hotel, but she's on her own today.
Awesome. Well, Barbara, thank you for taking the time to be here, making a pit stop on the way to the Keys. That's great. That's awesome. Okay, anybody else?
Boston.
Boston, amazing. Just for the event as well? Very cool.
San Diego.
San Diego, okay. Amazing, welcome.
Thank you.
Wow, we got all over the country. Anywhere else? North Carolina, awesome. Cool. Anybody else?
Kansas City.
Kansas City, welcome. Georgia, amazing. Guys, we have representatives from a big part of the country. And that just goes to show you that you're not alone. That goes to show that regardless of where you're at, whatever location you live in, this is something that is happening all throughout the country. And this is not something that we should make okay. It's something that is okay, but it's something that we can really step into a new place to make it differently. This is something that, as you all know, it's been going on for a long time. It's just now really starting to bubble up. And now what you are all doing in this place is you're literally shifting legacies. You are literally taking a new reality for your kids, for your grandkids, and beyond. So what you're all doing here today is not an easy thing. So I want to acknowledge all of you taking the time to be here, traveling from all different parts of the country, as you all just heard. All the sacrifices you made to be here today are not in vain. However, it does require one thing, and it's total commitment from all of you to participate, to be present in the room. Whatever that means to you. Don't compare yourself to somebody else, somebody speaking too much and I'm not good enough. No. Maybe that could be an opportunity for you to grow into something new, but no comparison. No comparison. We all have our own journeys. We've all been through our own lives. So judgment out the window. We're not here to judge each other. We're here to love one another, to learn about how we can take the relationship with your adult children to that next level, whatever that looks like. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be easy, but it is possible. And as we've seen from all throughout the country, as Catherine has been leading this mission, we see families transform. I speak with parents all the time. Sometimes they say it's actually happening much faster than I realize. I had no idea that that one small thing I was saying was flicking on the switch for them. I had no clue that what they were saying was flicking on the switch for me. No wonder why the relationship started to get distant over time. So all of this is to say, we're going through a discovery here. This is not anything that you have to know. This is something that you're going to discover over time. And as you explore the different tools, the different things that we're going to teach over the next 2 days, you're going to be able to take them with you. But it goes back to that one thing, participation. Whatever that means to you. So give yourself the freedom, give yourself the grace. If you can start to recognize some things already that you're like, maybe, should I be here? Am I good enough for it? Is this going to be too hard? You're here for a reason. I'm personally a believer that God put you in this room intentionally. Nobody here is by accident. Everybody here literally has been led up to be right here, right now, from the people that are managing the actual staff, the cameras, to the hotel staff, to Catherine, to everybody else. We're here for a reason. But it comes back down to, again, participation. So there's a potential for transformation, but it's only a potential because of what you participate in or not. So be engaged. Be present with one another. We're going to go through a lot together. This is a journey. And just like any journey, we don't have to know exactly how we're going to get to that next step. We're just going to keep taking steps, step after step, step after step. There's a scripture that always speaks out to me a lot. And it says, your word is like a lamp unto my feet. This is a place where we don't have to know what's coming up ahead, just step by step, onto my feet. Ultimately, that's faith. We don't have to know what's coming next, step by step by step by step. And as we do so, we can actually start to discover ourselves in totally new ways. And that's the beauty of this work. We're not here to change your child. We can't. Anybody ever try to change you? How did that go?
Lovely.
Lovely. Anybody get the sarcasm in that? So we're not here to change anybody. We can't. It's impossible. We know from our own experience it never works. But what we can do is we can take ownership and agency over what we can do. Now, if you're all here, you're also demonstrating something really powerful. Humility. You recognize you don't know everything. That is a big place to be in. Because the moment you know, we'll put up a wall. And now whatever could come in, it's not coming in. You could also be safe and secure, but you just put up boundaries. So go into this, maybe limiting doubt. Anything that you think you know, maybe for the next 48 hours, just pause them. You can go back to that afterwards. Just pause them. See what else could come in as you put down the limiting beliefs, as you put down the doubts, as you put away the self-worth not being good enough. Bring down those walls. Trust the process. Trust the process. As you engage and you take action, this is the beginning. This has the potential to be the beginning of a totally new life for you, for your children, and your family's legacy. Yes, amen. Who just said that? Yes, yes. So we're inviting all of us to be here together. We're inviting all of you to take bold action. It's not going to be perfect, again. Give yourself the grace. There's going to be tears. Good. Those tears have been there for a long time. Maybe you've suppressed them, and up until now you can let them out. If you catch yourself needing some support and you need someone of us to speak with you directly, let us know. We're here for you. Don't isolate, put yourself to the side, say, I got this, I can't believe this is coming up again. All of that is part of, again, the doubts, the barriers, the I knows. So just come in, open slate, trusting in the process, and a woman who's been doing this for what she is doing right now in the country and in the world is literally shifting the future in many ways. And we speak with families whose grandchildren they have a new relationship with their grandma, something that was impossible before finding pact. So what Catherine has developed over time is really making the impossible inevitable. But again, back to that one thing. What was that?
Humility.
Oh, okay, I love that too. Yeah. Which? Participation. Participation. Thank you, Jane. Back to that one thing. So be present with us. If you need anything, any food, any water, let us know. We're here to take care of you. Trust the process that Catherine's going to lead you through. If you have any questions throughout the journey, jot them down. More than likely going to be answered in the next 48 hours. If you still have them, no problem. That's why what we do is a long-term thing. This isn't going to be solved in 48 hours. In fact, I would say there's nothing to solve. There's just new ways of looking at things. There's a new way to step into the relationship. And the next 48 hours are just a window. It's like we're going to open up the window, and the window sill is really dirty. We couldn't really see beyond, but the next 48 hours can give us the opportunity for a whole new picture. And it's not going to happen in 48 hours. It's just going to be a window. From there, what you do, your participation moving forward, is going to open up the roadway, the pathway, the blueprint, the game plan for really making, again, the impossible inevitable with participation. So Catherine's been doing this 45 years in the making with this, psychotherapist, multiple books. If you guys haven't read them, highly recommend them. She's been leading the DASH group, which is a leadership development group, and now Parenting Adult Children Today, which has been her mission this whole time. She's gonna walk us through this parent method, which is drastically helping families all throughout the country in developing this new relationship with themselves and also with their children. So pay attention, be plugged in, do the one thing, like I said, participate with yourself, whatever that looks like, and show up. Limiting beliefs to the side, doubts to the side, present with what she's about to share with us this whole 48 hours. Thank you all for being here.
Welcome. I'm so excited that you're here. It's just such an honor and a privilege to have your sacred trust that you've shared today with me, because there's nothing that is more important, I don't think, to anyone in this room than the relationship that we have with the very children to whom you were entrusted with. And I will tell you that in 2026, this issue of parenting adult children has never been harder than it is today. And I'm going to talk about, in these next few minutes, our very first talk, we're going to talk about how did we get here? Because that's one of the questions that I hear most frequently from parents, which is, what happened? This wasn't the culture that I grew up with and my parents, and something has drastically changed that has caused parents and adult children to not be connected at the way that maybe you were connected with your children. So I want us to talk about that, because I will tell you, I get the privilege every single day to talk with parents from all across the country, and you see the represented in this room today. And one of the things that has become so incredibly important has been, first of all, just listening and seeing the degree of pain. And so I want us to talk about, you're not alone, but I want you to understand how we got here. Because I think if you can understand how we got here, it's going to make it easier for us to figure out how to get out of being where we are. That makes it so hard and so challenging. And so, as we get started, I want you to think about, we're going to cover, there's a handout in your back, and for this particular talk, and it's called How Do We Get Here? And on the back, there are categories that I'm going to go over. It's in your gray folder, and the very first one has my picture on it. And so if you turn it in the back, you'll have a chance to see what we're going to be talking about. Okay? So this very first piece, what we're going to begin to talk about is the parenting pendulum. And I want you to know that right now, what we're seeing, here's some data. The Pew Research Institute said that 27% of adult children are estranged from their parent. 27%. Let me put this in context for you. Right now in the United States, there are at least 100 million parents who have adult children from the ages of 18 to 45. Now, many people have children who are older than 45. But right now, if we just went with this 100 million, we're saying 27 million parents and adult children don't have a relationship with each other. That is a startling statistic. Here's another statistic that has come out recently, and is 40% of families have estrangement in them, and that means siblings are not talking to siblings. So now we have not only parental estrangement, we have sibling estrangement at record numbers, which they are calling an epidemic. So we have to, like if it was a physical illness, right? We would be looking at what do we need to do to find the cure for this physical illness if something was hitting 40% of the country every single day. Well, that's why Parenting Adult Children Today exists, is because we've got to stop the bleeding in families. And I will tell you, in my heart of hearts, one of the reasons we have the problem in the country where people can't talk to each other and they can't figure out how to agree on anything is because it's not happening in the home. And therefore, there's a lot of reasons, so I want us to talk about it. When we're looking at the parenting pendulum, what this very first element is referring to is the fact that when many of us were growing up, our parents were very much in charge. And it never dawned on us when we became older that we would not be respectful. It never dawned on us that we would not take care of them. It never dawned on us that, we would ever go months, years without communicating with the very people who brought us into the world. But today's generation do not see the world through the lens with which you and I were raised. They see it very differently. And there are reasons why they see it very differently. And I'm not here to blame them, so I need you to hear me. I'm not here to make anybody bad. I'm not here to make the kids bad. I'm not here to make the parents bad. I have a saying that I have used my entire career as a therapist, and it is this: no one's to blame and everyone's responsible. Because I will tell you, nothing good comes from blame. I've never seen it work one time effectively in any relationship for any reason. So we're not going to blame kids today. We're not going to blame parents today. So I want us to make sure we're all on that same page. But what we do need to do is to have some insight and understanding, so that way we can make the appropriate changes that are necessary to help us get into a place that I think is more effective for us to have the relationships with the people that we so deeply love. And so when we're looking at that, when we were growing up, it was very strict. I grew up in a home where you were to be seen and not heard. I was invisible most of my life. And so therefore it was my goal to be invisible, because if I was visible, that meant my dad might have the opportunity to publicly shame me like he did when I was 5. And some of you who've heard the webinar, you heard the story, some of you not, but I'm gonna give you a 1-minute debrief on that. And my dad was a fabulous father until I turned 5. This one fateful evening on Sunday night, he's a minister, he was delivering a sermon. I'd been sitting in the congregation by myself because my mother was ill that night. And so as a result, this family had come in, sat down next to me. They had a little girl, and about halfway through a sermon, she tapped me on the shoulder and she said, "Can you show me the bathroom?" Well, being the helper that I was and being the obedient little girl that I was like, well, of course. So I take her by the hand, lead her out to the outside of where the bathroom is in the church. Don't talk. I'm very aware you don't talk in church. And so I come back in, but as I'm bringing her back in, my dad stops the sermon and he says, "Kathy Taylor, you sit down and don't you ever do that." In front of God and everybody. If the earth could have opened up and swallowed me whole, that would have been better than the shame that I felt as a child for having been humiliated in front of all my church family for simply being someone who was trying to help. Had it ended that night, it would have been fine because we could have moved on, but it didn't end that night, because from that night on, my dad changed. And for the next 20 years, I had a dad who was distant. I had a dad who was very hard on me, and he was really fearful. Because you see, back then, if you were a minister and you had a child who rebelled, it hurt your credibility immediately in the community. And he got scared. And he parented me out of fear. And I received that wall, that distance, for the next 20 years of my life. At 14 or 15, I made an appointment to go see him with his secretary, and I said, I want to see my dad, and so I made an appointment. That's what people do if they want to talk to my dad, they go make an appointment. So I made an appointment. Go to the church Monday afternoon, 4 o'clock, knock on the door. It's opened, and he says, "Well, what are you doing here?" And I said, "Well, Dad, I made an appointment because I want to talk to you about our relationship." I said, "I want us to be close." And I thought maybe we could talk about it. And with that, he yelled at me and said, "Get out of here, go home, we'll talk there." That conversation didn't happen for another 10 years. 10 years after I had graduated from college, after I had gotten married, after I had gone to graduate school, and after I had had 3 or 4 years of my own personal therapy to heal from the wounds that I had experienced at his hands, because I didn't want to bring that baggage into my marriage. That was the reason I got into therapy. But at 25, I made a decision to try one more time. And that decision was, Dad, I want a relationship with you. But it can't be the way we've always had. And I'll never forget what he said. He looked at me and he's, Kath, I made a lot of mistakes with you. He said, I let you down in a lot of ways. And he said, I can't undo what I did with you. He said, but what I can do is to give you my word that I can be the dad that you need and not the dad that you have. And for the next 33 years, I had the most amazing dad. I had a dad who listened. I had a dad who respected me. I had a dad who cared. I had a dad who invested in who I was. I had a dad who never made assumptions, but he always gave me the benefit of the doubt. That's the dad that I have. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here today and why I believe that it's never too late to be a great parent. That's the heart by which I believe is about redemption and about restoration. And so I don't know all of your stories, but I gotta tell you, this is a day of hope. This is a day of possibilities. And this is the reason why I wanted to have this moment so that way we could get perspective and we could have understanding without judgment. Because judgment needs to go out the door. There's no place for that. We're gonna learn and we're gonna grow. We have to be able to receive grace, but we also have to learn what it means to give grace. And so since I was the recipient of someone who was willing to learn and grow, I'm like, why can't we all do that? Why can't that be a door for every single one of us to be able to walk through? And it doesn't mean sometimes it's easy or quick. Sometimes it's hard and it's painful. But it does mean we all have an opportunity to make sure that when we put our head on the pillow at night, that we know that we are being the very best version of ourselves, because that's what you and I can control. And the one thing, if you don't hear another thing I say today, I want you to hear this. What you have to recognize is that you're not responsible for the choices that your children make. I want to take that off of your shoulders today. You are not responsible for the choices that your children make. You're responsible for the choices that you make. You're responsible for how you show up. But this idea that you need to take all the blame and all the guilt for any of their choices and their decisions, that needs to die today. They're adults. They make choices just like you made choices when you were their same age. And some of the choices that you made back then were good, and some of them were not. But you know what? You figured it out, and you kept getting up after you fell, and you know what? You learned from it. And that's what we have to, quote, get ready to do. Because you know that strict parent I talked about? Part of the backlash of being the strict parent was that we became the overly permissive parent. We became the parent who gave too much grace. We didn't let them, quote, figure out how to stand back up when they fell. And so therefore, they don't have the same level of resiliency that probably you have and that I have, because when we fell, nobody was there to help us get up. We just had to figure it out. But that's a factor. Again, it's not all the factors, but it is a factor as to why we are where we are. All right? Now, when we look at the enmeshment epidemic, this is a major issue for us because we don't know where our children end and where we start. We have become so up into their business, and part of the reason we're so enmeshed with them is simply because we have neglected ourselves in order to make sure that they have everything they need to do anything they want, anytime they want. We have overly invested, so they're to the point of our own neglect. So it's a problem for us, and it's a problem for our kids because they don't know where we end in their lives either. Because some of us are too much up into their business. And part of it's because we don't have our own lives. Part of it's because we don't have clarity over who we are, where we're headed, because when they left, that opened up new spaces and places for us to have to look at ourselves. And it is easier for us to pay attention to them than it is for us to look into that mirror. So that's why this enmeshment epidemic is really important, that you and I need to be able to really step back and understand. I think the other part is that we have to realize this message of not having separated identities is very confusing for our children. And that's one of the things that leads me now to the next category, and that is the unhealed parent. So let me say this. There's probably not a parent in this room who hasn't parented from a place of their own woundedness at some point in time. Every single one of us, and doing the very best that we can, has still parented from a place of woundedness. We've repeated patterns that when we were little we said we would never do, that were done to us. We have found ourselves going, how did I become my mother? Anybody ever ask that question? You hear something come out of your mouth and you go, oh my gosh, this just sounds just like something one of my parents would say, right? And then we cringe. Well, part of it is that we didn't figure out how to slow down and take the time that we needed to heal. And I have to tell you, healing is an ongoing process. It is an ongoing experience. And sometimes you get blindsided when you think you've got something fixed and all of a sudden it pops its head up. Not easy. It's not easy work. I'm going to tell you, the hardest work I have ever done in my life is being a healthy person. And I work on it all the time. And I work on it for lots of reasons. One, because I want to be the very best version of myself, because that to me is being a really good steward of who I was created to be, all right? But another part of that is I wanted to do it for my children. It's like, and I actually said to my kids, I said, look, I'm going to work really hard to not make the mistakes that were made with me, and I'm going to make my own mistakes, and I'm happy to talk to you about it, or I'll help you go to therapy. Which one of the two? You know? So just know that I'm in it with you, and so I'm not the perfect mom, going to make the mistakes, but don't let my mistakes ever stop you from being the best version of you. Let's talk about it. Let's figure it out together. And I think part of it is we have all culturally felt this weight of responsibility that we were supposed to have the answers for their lives. Well, that was fine the first 18 years of their lives because that's when we were legally required to have answers. We are no longer legally required to have any answer for their life, and we need to be released from that sense of obligation. Because if you want to find resentment waiting for you on the other side of that, keep trying to run your lives. One of the most powerful things I see in all the work that I'm doing with parenting adult children is this high level of resentment because parents don't have their lives because they're too busy trying to live through their children. And that way, the child has to figure, I've got to either choose me or choose them because I can't do both. Not easy. Not intended. No one in this room intends to do that. But let me just give you another little clip of neuroscience. Our good intentions, we can mean well, we can want so bad for it all to work out, we want to protect them, they just don't know, let me help. Our good intentions, when it leaves our mouth, it goes through this process of translation, and when it lands in their brain, it doesn't have good intentions anymore. It just doesn't. It lands as, oh, you think I'm stupid. It lands as, oh, you don't trust me. It lands in all the ways you don't want it to land when this unsolicited advice just pours forth. But it's pouring forth because in our being unhealed, our places of being unhealed are coming from a place of fear. And fear is the #1 driver of every bad decision any parent ever makes. Let me say that again. Fear is the #1 reason that we make a bad decision every single time when it comes to our kids. Or anything, actually. Bad decisions are always based out of fear, but especially when it comes to our children. So if you haven't healed from your places of woundedness, and I have heard horrific stories over the years, and I've had the privilege of just working with thousands of parents, and they would say to me, I'm so worried I'm gonna muck up my kid. And I'm like, well, stop worrying, because you probably are gonna muck up your kid, because we all muck up our kids in some way, shape, or form. So give yourself some space and some grace, but let's see what we can do to figure out how you think you're mucking them up, so we can stop it, and we can learn from it, so you can heal. Our children's issues are an opportunity for us to look in the mirror and say, what place of my woundedness and my identity is tied to them instead of being tied to me? And I'm telling you, the best gift any parent can give a child is for them to be the healthiest version of themselves. Which is one of the reasons why when I work with parents, I am constantly focused on them being healthy, because that to me is the best potential for them to have the best relationship possible. But show me broken parents, I'm gonna show you broken relationships. So we either do the work, and like I said, you know, I always said nothing puts a parent on their knees any faster than their kids. Right? But maybe our children are in places of brokenness because we have something we need to be learning about our own wounds where we need to be healed. So, we have a generation of unhealed parents who have great intentions, who love their kids a lot, but who haven't healed and brought some stuff to that relationship that they didn't even know they had. And that's the reason why we have to figure out, where am I on that continuum? Am I doing the work? Am I making sure that I'm paying attention? Which brings me to the expectation gap. Now here's what's interesting. Parents have a lot of expectations. And if you struggle to believe that, think about thoughts around the holidays. What expectations do you have around the holidays? Do you think you're going to see them? Do you think they're going to come on a certain day and leave on a certain day? Do you think they're going to be, you know, at the Christmas Eve service? Or what about Thanksgiving? And who's going to be there? And who's going to bring with it? I mean, how often do we just go on and on about expectations, right? But expectations also can show up in terms of who we think they're going to marry, or what kind of career they're going to have, or, you know, how they will be a parent, what kind of grandchildren you'll have. They come in all sizes and shapes. And so the problem is, with expectations, after they've left our home, parents often believe their kids owe them something. Look at all I've done for you. You know, how many times, and what the parent wants is appreciation, right? What the kid wants is understanding. And sometimes those two worlds collide, and neither side gets their need met. And now we have a broken heart on both sides. So this is another contributing factor as to how we've gotten where we've gotten. So then what happened in the home? Well, let's talk about the impact of technology and social media. I don't know about you, but I have several friends who have young adults who, you know, were in high school and then in college, and every morning they would go check in with their people to see what outfit they would be wearing to school that day. There would be a vote on their chat, what they would wear. They could not breathe without getting a vote of some kind. Social media has overtaken a generation who cannot survive or function without having some kind of a device in their hand or a screen in order to make choices and to make decisions. I see it all the time in the corporate world, and companies are saying, how do we connect to this younger generation when they're scared to look at us? They won't, they'll talk to us through the computer, but they can't have a conversation. So, and part of it is we're handing them phones when they're little, which all the data shows bad idea for brain development, right? But we've used it as a tool to avoid the hard places, because hard conversations require our attention, they require energy, and they make us scared. So we have a world that's filled with scared people. That's why we hide behind the technology. We don't have to talk, we can type. One of my big annoyances is when I'm in a company and I'm working with teams and there's a problem and it goes back 20 times in emails and their offices are just 5 feet from each other. I'm like, how about we get up out of our chair? How about we go talk to this person and let's just put this technology aside. Let's just be real people for a minute. Now, I'm nicer when I say it. I try to be very gracious and very patient, but there's a part of me that's like, really, people, can we just talk, right? And that's kind of what I want to do. But it happens in homes. It's happening in homes where people are texting each other. I'm in homes and I see it. So it's really not too far gone. The social media thing is a lot of pressure. It's a social pressure. Parents feel it. Kids feel it. Who's doing this? Who's getting to do that? Who has what? It has added a tremendous amount of anxiety to today's culture. Not helpful when you're trying to read it. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Brené Brown, but she is a leading thought leader and researcher. And she said that, one day her son came home and he was feeling really bad because, he didn't get invited to this party, and he showed her a picture. She says, oh no, you understand. She says, that's a J. Crew commercial. That's not your life. She was like, those aren't your friends. The point was, you can't compare your life to people that are living a life that's not your life. Let's talk about what's in your life. And let's deal with places that you may be feeling empty. But that's a part of our generation that we have, that our children, today's kids, young adults, are experiencing. All right? The divorce fallout. Now, what's interesting about that is that divorces existed for a very long time. But what's also has intensified has been the idea that we have division in a manner that has become far more damaging. And there's divided households, and parents don't know how to communicate in order for the sake of the child to make decisions that are in the best interest of the children. So the division greatly impacts their sense of identity, their sense of safety, which also impacts their ability to trust. So parents have to work on it. Okay, it's not something that every parent experiences, but if you've been through that, and I will tell you, I went through a divorce after 35 years of marriage. My kids were 26 and 27 when I walked through that. And so I've had a front row seat to watch the impact that it can have, and they handled it very differently. And I had to make sure I was very intentional, I was very patient, I was very respectful, and I did my very best to be the smartest I'd ever been by showing the utmost wisdom during a very vulnerable time for both of my kids. I never thought I'd find myself in that place. That was never my heart, my desire, my convictions, but it happened. And as a result of that, I watched my children have to walk through what it meant to be an adult, and now have to always figure out, where do I go? Those are hard questions that you never thought you'd have to answer. And when you're in your 20s, you don't want to answer that question. You want to go home. You don't want to go to which home? Those are hard places, right? The impact of absent presence. Now, this is a term that I created years ago. And I created it when I was working with parents who were under 18, whose kids were under 18. And one of the reasons I created it because I saw it happening all the time. And that would be, I'd be in a ball field, right? And I would see parents sitting in the stands and they'd be on their devices. And they'd be texting or they'd be talking. And the kid would be out in the field and they'd be looking at the parent. And they would notice the parent wasn't watching them and play the game. They were at their devices. So they were physically present, but they were emotionally absent. You can only do that so many times in a kid's life before they start to tune you out. Did parents mean to do that? No. Didn't mean to, but it was a message. I can't give you my full attention. I can't be fully engaged. I'm not here to watch you play. I'm here to cook. I'll watch you play, maybe. It sent a message. And we do it even now with adults. You know, when they come in, you know, do we put the phones down? Are we really paying attention? Are we watching TV? Are we half involved in the conversation? Is that respectful? Would you consider it respectful if an adult was half paying attention to you when you're talking? But because they're our children, because there's the familiarity of us having grown up with them, because we know them, we think they know us, then we think we can get away with more because that's what we did when we all lived at home. Well, they no longer live at home. We can't treat them the way they were when they were living and they were younger. And if we are, I'm telling you right now, that's contributing to the challenges that you have because their time is precious just like our time is precious. So when they're with us, they really want to know we're with them. They don't want to have to guess, am I going to have her attention or am I going to get his attention? But it's another factor. By itself, it may not seem like a really big deal, but when we start adding it all up together, it starts to become a bigger deal. Now, the world that shaped them, the communication breakdown. When we start to look at that, right, this is where we, somewhere along the way, learn how not to resolve conflict. I don't know if we have reached a whole new level of dysfunction, but the idea of resolving problems has really become a major obstacle that we don't seem to know how to do that anymore. And so when we don't know how to have healthy conflict, that means I don't know how to agree or disagree without me taking my toys and going home. How many people did we see that with COVID, where a line was drawn, people took their positions, and families could talk to each other? Happened all the time. Significant. And the problem is, if we're not talking to each other, how are we going to solve problems? Here's the other thing is, somewhere along the way, we felt like our children should agree with us when they leave home. I can tell you right now, I knew at the age of 10 that the boy I was raising probably wasn't going to agree with me. That's why I have white hair. He didn't have white hair before he was born. And I've always given him credit for my white hair. And I've earned them, you know, and I'm grateful that they're still there and they haven't fallen out. But I knew with him early on, he was going to be my challenge because he didn't walk to the tune of the drummer I really thought he should walk to. And no matter how well I played that drum, he didn't ever capture that beat. So I was always being blindsided by a son who didn't think the way I thought, right? So I was pretty aware that when he left home, he probably wasn't going to think the way I thought, because I'd already had 12 years of watching that happen. But that doesn't mean we don't stop trying, because we know what's best, right? We know the right values that they're supposed to have, the right moral code they're supposed to have. We know those things, and we did our best to make sure they knew them, so that way they would make good decisions and they wouldn't do stupid things. Well, how successful has that been? They're people. And he would say to me, when I would have to enforce a consequence, because I always said, you make choices. Do you have a consequence or benefit? Your choice, I'll carry out whatever you choose. And he would push the button and make the consequence his choice. And every once in a while, I would say to him, can you help me understand how you came up with this consequence, knowing what this is going to cost you? Knowing. And inevitably he would say, because sometimes I just have to learn for myself. And I'm like, okay. I'll carry out the consequence. That's who he is, that's who he was. And you know what? You don't ever want that to be the case, but if that's the case, our job is to love them, to embrace them. Doesn't mean we agree with them, but never is it our job to let a issue be more important than the relationship. And that's what's happened in today's culture, is that we've allowed issues to dominate the relationship. Well, guess what? That's gonna go south really fast when we do that. So our communication is an issue, and which brings us to the boundary revolution. Our adult children in this age have more boundaries than parents had when they were living at home. Their yes is their yes, their no is their no. They'll say, I can't do that. They'll just tell us what they'll do and what they won't do, right? But part of it is that they need those boundaries for their own internal structure to feel safe and secure. And I will tell you right now, many, many, many families didn't grow up with boundaries. They didn't. And when you don't grow up with boundaries, they can feel very punishing when they are older as adults, because it wasn't a part of the definition of normal, that this is the structure that will help keep you safe, that will keep you protected. Because boundaries done well are about protecting something that you love. They should never be about punishment. They should not be about judgment. They're about what works. It's about being healthy. But unfortunately, we came from a generation where being happy was the priority over healthy. And that's one of the reasons why we have the issues that we have with the communication and the relationship with our adult children. And then last is this cultural shift in families. People ask me often, they'll say, when did you notice that things started to change? Well, I will tell you, I saw it in the 90s. That was one of the reasons I jumped into the parenting world in the 90s, because I could see we were headed in for trouble because we were raising children on performance, achievement, and behavior instead of heart, character, and faith. That was what was happening. We weren't raising them in the method that I felt was coming from the inside out. It was from the outside in. And anytime you raise something from the outside in, you don't have the structure that you need to be able to co-build from it. Because what happens, let's just say this, like let's say, performance was about the values. You had a kid who was a great athlete, senior year, a scholarship offers, and all of a sudden they have a career-changing injury to that. Well, now who are they? If my whole world's been built around my body's ability to catch a football, or be in a studio as a performer, and now that's gone, then who is that child? I will tell you, that child will struggle for the next 10 to 20 years trying to figure out who they are, because their whole identity was based upon their ability to, quote, catch a ball, and not who they are. We have to recognize our child's identity has to be bigger than what they do. It's based upon who they are. And part of this is a calling for each one of us as a parent to make sure that we're paying attention to who we are, not what we do. Our value is not in what we do, it's in the fact that we matter and we are enough. We just got to figure out what we were created to be and who we were created to be. 9/11 is when I noticed it was the final straw, because the fear factor went crazy. And that's when we started giving trophies for breathing. Showing up. Everything changed with that day. So when you look at all of these factors that I just shared, 10 buckets, that's why we are where we are today. Trying to figure out, how did we get here? That's how we got here. And here's the other part, is that the end result is there's fear. Fear of estrangement, again, growing every single day. Mistakes, fear of mistakes that have a huge cost to them. A lot of regrets of what I could have done, should have done. I'm gonna tell you right now, the dirty word list for parents has should, would, could, must, ought to, and have to. So you need to get rid of that dirty word list. Just get rid of it. Write them out, throw them out, don't use them. And then the disconnection. And it's because we're letting fear drive our connectivity with each other. So you didn't create any challenges by yourself. I want you to understand, if you walked into this room thinking, I'm the reason why, and I made this mistake, and I made this mistake. You know what, we all made mistakes, so stand in line with the human race, right? We all have done that. But I want you to understand, you had factors working against you that didn't help you overcome them quickly. But that doesn't mean we can't do something different. That doesn't mean there aren't answers, because there are answers, and we are seeing answers every day where people and families are being restored. So, I'm gonna give you just a little taste of what's ahead for the next 2 days, because we're going to talk about all things good moving forward. I had to give you a foundation for you to understand why this is such an important topic. But here's what I want you to know. We're gonna change the definition of success as a parent. Your child's choices are gonna remain their choices, and your success is simply going to be dependent upon how you show up in the relationship. That's it. We're not gonna make it any more complicated than that. How you show up in the relationship will be the new definition of how you're gonna be successful. You can't choose what your children choose to do with your showing up. But you have the power to be the very best version of you. And you can put your head on that pillow at night knowing you are being the very best version of you, and they can handle it or not handle it, but you will not carry the weight of that question of what did I do wrong anymore. And let me tell you something, that's a huge burden that you don't have to hold and carry anymore. You know, there's a reason why we have a very small rear view mirror in our car. And there's a reason why the windshield is really big. Right? I want you focused on the windshield. There's only 2 reasons to be looking in your rear view mirror, just 2. One is to learn from your mistakes, and 2 is to look for your blessings. The only 2 reasons to look back. And I didn't say learn from your mistakes meant beating yourselves up and going into a shame storm and having a conversation with yourself telling you how bad you are. That's not what I mean. Stick with the facts. Here's what I did. Here's what I would do differently. Here's what I learned, and then you move on. But looking for the blessings in the midst of the storms, that will also take a huge weight off your shoulder. But you want to be focused on the windshield. And the windshield is what we're going to spend the next 36 hours working on, is the windshield. So you know where to look, you know how to look, you know who to be. And the next thing is we need to take a breath. We need to breathe, right? We need to give ourselves space to make sure that we are taking care of us first. Because if we take care of us, then we have something to give. We can't give what we don't have. You're going to hear me say that over and over again this weekend. We can't give what we don't have. So yeah, Kids will push you in a lot of ways, but they can push you to be healthy, which is a gift to everybody. We're gonna keep our eye on the relationship. You've heard me say that before, not the issues. You know, I get the privilege of working with every kind of problem there is. Every single kind of problem that parents have, I get a chance to work with them. And so, one of the groups that I've been working with have been parents whose kids are transgender. And they're struggling. And like, they're grieving. And I'm like, give yourself permission to grieve. Because your child made a choice to do something different than what the biology said they were to be. You can't control the choice your child has made. That's out of your hands. You can choose how you show up, and can you love the soul that's inside that body that doesn't look like what you thought. Will it involve grief? Right, you're gonna grieve. Is it painful? Yes. It's hard. But you can't lose the relationship over the issue of the choices they made. And I'm here to tell you, this is where most parents get caught. Because they want to die on the hill of proving their kid wrong, because in their world, the choices that they're making are wrong. And you can do that. Every parent has the choice to do that. The real question is, what's more important to you, the issue or the relationship? We all have to make that decision. And I think this last part for the moment is we have to release what we cannot control. And let me tell you, there are very few things you have control over, especially when it comes to your adult children. You're not designed to be in control. And you need to thank God every day you're not. That's a gift that you're not in control, and that you don't have to be in charge, and that you're not responsible for the outcomes of their choices. That's a gift. But letting go of control means you have to come face to face with the fears that you're carrying. And I'm telling you, behind every controlling situation is a hotbed of fear. And that's where we need to do the work. That's on us to figure out what that means and what that looks like. So now we're going to take a 15-minute break. You can come up for air. I would like to take notes, whatever you need to do to capture what was your biggest takeaway from what you just heard as it relates to you. What was your biggest takeaway? And be sure you write that takeaway down. I'm going to ask it later for you to share at your takeaway. So let me tell you something else. When we teach, we're going to be here and the you. When we do small groups, we're going to send you to a table and your names will be on tables. We're going to do a 15-minute break. There's snacks, there's drinks, there's bathrooms out in the back. We're going to come back and then I'm going to talk about the parent method, and then we'll have a break for lunch, and then we're going to change the schedule a little bit this afternoon, because when we made the decision to go virtual, we at that moment realized we can't have ongoing workshops at the same time, so we're going to have to change the afternoon schedule a little bit. You'll still get out at about the same time, but bear with us and be flexible if you can. We want to make sure that you get every single thing that we told you that we would give you. So blessings, thank you, and go to your break. process and system that I parents understand what are the dynamics that absolutely are key to have a healthy relationship with your adult children. And so this framework is the framework that I use with every parent that I work with, because I have found it to be foundational, and you will see as we walk through these different elements why I think it's so important. And so we're gonna jump in and get started, and then here's how we're gonna do it. After we finish with this talk, I'm gonna have someone come up and just share for just a minute or two, who's in our current community of parents. We have a mentorship program, and this person has been in that mentorship program, and so she's gonna share just a couple minutes about what she has gained from being a part of that. But then we're gonna have lunch, so you'll get a chance to go back, get your lunch, and we'll ask you to go to the tables where your name card is, because we're gonna have a working lunch where you get a chance to go share and answer some questions with other parents. I want you to see how normal you are. I want you to feel really comforted that you're not alone on this. And so that's gonna be how we're going to move through the next little bit, okay? Everybody good? All right. A very significant concept. So if you'll notice at the bottom, and I don't know how many of you can see, but at the very bottom, I'm going to go through it. So P stands for pause, P-A-U-S-E. And that will be the very first thing that we talk about. A is for accept, R is for release, E is for engage, N is for nurture, and T is for trust. Now, if we are doing all 6 of those things well, we have a pretty good shot at having a really great relationship with our adult children. But let me be really also very direct with you. There's 46 different skill sets that go into being really healthy. You don't have to do them all, right? At any given time, you don't have to be good at all of them. But here's what I'll tell you. If you have awareness of them, you can then learn how to pay attention to different moments in time on how to show up when the heart is. And so we're going to walk through what each one of these 6 letters mean, because they really are deal breakers and life changers, all right? And you can do this. There's no one in this room who cannot do what I'm getting ready to share with you that you can do. I know that. So just know, I'm not going to teach you or show you anything you don't have the ability to be able to do yourself, okay? I'm really common sense. I really like common sense. I don't think it's as common as it used to be. So I try to keep things really simple and really clean and really direct, because I just don't have a lot of space for, maybe because I'm older, I just don't have a lot of space for fluff. I just go straight to the heart of what we're going to do. So let's get started, okay? So, pause. This was probably the most surprising letter in the whole world. Pause. And the reason it's important is because when parents get into trouble with their adult relationship, it's typically because they have had a reaction instead of a response. That's typically when we shoot ourselves in the foot. It's because they'll come in and they'll drop a bomb on us. And our first thing is like, what? I mean, like, we're like, how? How did that happen? And we're just like overwhelmed by the events that took place. And so when we react emotionally is when we trigger a reaction inside of our child that then goes into parent management instead of problem solving for the problem that they brought to you. Let me say that again. The minute you and I react to the bomb that they dropped, they immediately go into, how am I going to manage how my parents are going to handle the problem? They're not thinking about the consequences of the choice that they made that they have to fix for themselves. They're thinking about managing you. And so now the lesson has been diluted because the energy is not on the problem that they created or the problem that they're a part of. The energy is now going to parent management. Because then you start trying to manage them. And then we get to the power struggle, and it goes back and forth. Are y'all with me on that? Yeah. Is that making sense? Yeah. Okay. So this is one of the reasons why we have to, quote, train our brains to not be a reaction. We have to be able to give ourselves the awareness. We've got to create some space. And I tell parents all the time, if they drop a bomb on you, you just say, oh, wow, that's really hard. Excuse me a minute, and run to the bathroom. Buy yourself some time. Figure out a way to escape before you open your mouth and say stupid things that are going to come back and bite you in the butt. You don't want to have to be doing cleanup duty for all the stuff that came out of your mouth as a result of them having a problem because you reacted and you didn't respond. This is a superpower for parents. But it's one that most parents don't practice because they don't understand the amount of power that they have in those moments. I was a big believer when my kids were under 18 and I was doing the parenting thing back then. I was a big believer back then. We need to be at our best when they are at their worst. And the worse it is, the more calm we need to be. Can I just tell you, add that by 10 to adult issues? And that could not be further than the truth. That is so important that we really figure out how to keep our act together. We can go fall apart once we get out of their presence. But when we're with them, the last thing we need to be doing is having meltdowns with them. Because not only does it create anxiety in them, we're handing them all of our fear, which only compounds theirs by 10. Because if their parent is scared, that means it's really bad. And then they don't know how to handle really bad. Because now they're gonna handle your bad, now they gotta handle their bad. It's like, oh my gosh, my life is over. And the last thing they really wanna do is disappoint you. Now, you may not think that. And I get some of you have had some hard times and hard places and hard spaces where it doesn't look like they even care right now. And that's just the facade they're putting up because they're upset, they're frustrated, they've been hurt, or they've been wounded, or they're whatever. And they're just keeping you at a distance because they're feeling highly vulnerable. Don't let that stop you and don't let that panic you. That's where they are right now. I see things change every day in families that thought they couldn't change. But we have to get on top of this because when we allow our automatic reactions, whether it's verbal, emotional, or physical, to be the driver, we are going to really find ourselves in trouble in the relationship. The last thing they want to see us is panicked about their lives. And the minute they see us panicked about their lives are going to start to get worse. Because it does them. That the very people who brought them in the world is panicked about them, they're going to start to get really panicked. And they probably don't have the coping skills to deal with that level of panic. Does that register? All right? You probably have had some experiences where you could see it a little bit, but I think it's extremely important because our fears, our fears that we have as parents become their filters by which they then look at life. They take on your fears. And you may not have said them with words, but I can tell you they know you. They know you better than you give them credit because they were hostages in your home for 18 years. You're not going to surprise them. They know where you're biased, they know where you're prejudiced, they know that you're buttons, they got all that stuff down. So you may not have said, well, let me tell you about my fears formally. They know them. They get it. And that's why you and I have to, quote, really get our hands around how do we step back and how do we reflect instead of react? How do we regulate? Which is really important. Because if we can regulate and then we can then respond. And if we respond, that means we're probably picking really good choices and better decisions on how we're communicating. So this is why this first word is so incredibly important, because when we do it, it's like, how do you do that? Well, you go from judgment to curiosity. The minute you start judging your kids, you've lost them. They don't feel safe. They feel like you don't trust them. It's bad. Nothing good comes from it. But boy, can you really tackle something big by being curious and asking great questions. Curiosity is my very, very best friend. I use it all the time, especially when it comes to my son. He is the one who, like I said, has probably broken me and taught me more than anyone ever has. And I will be forever grateful to this precious kid, because I have learned so much about who I am and who I'm not, and how to love in a way I didn't even know I was capable of. And that's what these kids can do for us, if we let them. And that's why I'm so grateful, because by being curious with him, I learn a lot. I learned about who he is. I learned about how he thinks. I learned about how he got from point A to point Z, and all the stuff in the middle. Because then he gets the chance to share his life. He gets to share who he is. He gets to tell me his stories. He gets to tell me his pain. He gets to tell me those things. Same thing with Tiff. By the way, and my daughter's here, so if you see somebody whose name is Tiffany, I claim her. Very, very grateful for her. Love her to death. Another way we respond is we open space for empathy and understanding. I remember one year I was working with a group of teenagers, and this kid got in trouble at school, and he just kept talking to the teacher. The teacher was so frustrated. And he said, look, I know I'm gonna get in trouble. He says, but I just need you to listen to me so you will understand how I got where I got. He's like, I'm willing to take my punishment, but I just need you to listen to understand how I made that decision. And I thought, isn't that the real goal of most of us? We just want to be understood. We want to be seen. We don't have to be right, but we want to be understood. And I think that's one of the big fears in adult children, is that one, they don't feel known, and we'll talk more about that later, but they want to be understood. And can we show empathy for them, especially when they don't look like they need it, right? They often come across as, I got this, no big deal, whatever. But the truth is, a lot of them are scared. Well, how do you show empathy with your kid? What does empathy look like? Because I can tell you how I show empathy with Taylor looks very different than how I show empathy with Tiffany. It's not like a one size fits all. It has to be different because they're different. They're wired differently, their needs are different, how they think is different. All those elements go into play. So this is the reason why we have to pay attention. It says we become the bridge between understanding and wisdom. When we respond, we actually have an opportunity to be invited into the hard places, because they see that we have not been upended by their circumstances. If they think we've been upended by the circumstances, then they're not going to invite us in to go much deeper, because they're like, I can't handle your stuff and my stuff. But boy, if we can step back and become a response, which means we can be steady and we can be confident and like comfortable in our own skin and not have to prove something, then we can become a bridge where they will invite us to be able to share things that demonstrate wisdom and insights and possibilities. And it opens the door for them because they can be vulnerable with us. They can tell us what's not working if they don't think we're going to come and tell them what they're doing wrong all the time. They don't want to lose your respect, and if they take the risk by telling you they've made a big mistake, how you handle it is going to be huge. I'll tell you, for all the years that I was a therapist, over 50–60% of the people that I saw in therapy would never have shared with their parent what they were telling me. And I was often the first person they would ever have told their story to. That was so painful, so shaming, because they couldn't trust that if they went and told their parent, that their parent wouldn't judge them, change their opinion of them, favor another child over them, disown them, or cancel the relationship. Those fears were so real. And it was because they didn't want to disappoint them. I gotta tell you, and I've said this to all my kids, I don't ever want you to hide your life from me. There is nothing you could do that would ever cause me to not stand right next to you, no matter how bad it is. Because that to me is what love looks like. It's not about how it looks or making me happy or making me look at. Real love means I'm going to stand by you regardless and in spite of. That's what real love looks like. Is it hard? Darn straight it's hard. And when they get older, they're big people problems, and sometimes they're big people consequences that are really painful. That's just keeping it honest and real. But you know what? When we made a decision to become a parent, we made a commitment to show them what love looked like. And I took that very seriously. I'm sure you did too. And I'm not saying it's easy. I'm going to tell you to the very last breath of my body, being a healthy parent is the hardest thing you could ever do. It can also be the most rewarding relationship. But we brought them here. We don't get to dump them when it gets hard. You know, I happen to know some people who adopted children. My son's adopted. And I've actually known some people who gave them back. Can I tell you what a mess that is? Can I tell you what it's like for a child to be given back after having been given up once, to be given up twice? Do you know how deep that wound is? Do you know how painful that is? I mean, trust me, sometimes we all want to give them away because they make us crazy. But we don't. Because there's something in us that says, I'm going to figure this out. That's what I'm going to do. And that's why you're here. It's because you want to figure it out, right? So, pausing allows parents to rediscover themselves. It allows us to walk through the door of transformation for us, not just for our children. Now here's what the beauty, though, of what I want you to hear. It only takes one person to change a relationship. Just one. How many times, as a therapist, people would come into my practice, I have just one member of a family sitting in front of me, just one. Nobody else would come. And we would start to work on the relationships that they were having trouble with. And every week they'd come back and we'd talk about how to tweak it, how to do this, whatever. And before long, we had a restored marriage. And before long, we had kids that were lining up and getting better. It only took one person. You have the power to be that one person in the lives of your adult children. You don't have to have your children here to get better, to change. You can be the one who gets transformed to, quote, help make the changes that you're wanting to make. That's the beauty of being able to understand. And when you can figure out how to pause, that is a huge superpower for parents. Huge. All right? So let's move on. The next one is acceptance. This is the letter A in the word parent. So I want to start with a story in this one. So Taylor was a bit of a challenge from the time he was about 2.5 to the time he was about 7. It took me a while to figure out, like, he had a lot of immune system issues, and he just walked to the tune of a different drummer, and so he was kind of complicated for a while. But I was always very affectionate with him, and he had been pretty affectionate too. But he gets to the age of 8, and he is no longer affectionate. Now, I will hug him, but he doesn't, and he'll hug me back, but he never spontaneously hugs me, right? Now, I have all these friends who have all these boys, and they just hang on them. Just, big, just hang on. Not Taylor. Taylor just stand there. So, from the time he was 8 to the time he was 18, I did not get a spontaneous hug from this boy for 10 years. And I figured out that he just wasn't going to be the hugger. So I had to grieve the fact that he wasn't the son that I wanted. I'm going to be honest. I wanted a son who hugged. But I didn't get that son. But I didn't want to punish him for not being the son that I wanted. Not fair to him. He had a right to not hug. And it was my job to be respectful of that. So I was respectful of him not hugging. When he became a teenager, occasionally I tease him and say, you might want to hug your mom before she dies. And he'd laugh, and I'd laugh, and I was kidding. And it was a way to have loosen up a little bit. But 3 days before Easter, in 2004, he hugged me. Spontaneously. I remember where I was standing, what I was wearing. It was that big of a deal, right? Now, I had to accept him for who he was, not who I wanted him to be. I've spent my whole life communicating that my acceptance of him is not based upon what I thought he was going to be, but on who he was. I owed that to him. He didn't owe that to me. He didn't owe me to have to become what I wanted him to be. He needed to be the best version of himself. That's what I owed him, was acceptance. And by accepting him, that gave him the freedom to really figure out who he was. Well, I was just with him in Singapore 2 weeks ago. Can I tell you how many times he hugged me? And he wouldn't let go. So just because they're someplace now doesn't mean they're that place forever. But you know what? Those hugs mean so much to me because I know they're coming from a deep, deep place that's real and authentic. And I couldn't be more grateful. But acceptance, they know when we really accept them, and they know when we don't. This is what you can't kid yourself to think. I can love them if, or I can love them only, or if I can love them when. People, we got to figure out what's holding us up from being able to love at that level. Because show me kids who know that they are loved beyond words, truly accepted for who they are and not who we all want them to be. I'll show you a young adult or an adult who will have a different level of confidence. That doesn't mean they don't have problems. It doesn't mean they may not still have issues. They probably will. But it won't be because of something that you're not doing. They can have their own problems. You just don't want to contribute to it. Does that make sense? This is the reason why we have to really make sure that our children feel seen, respected, and free to be themselves. I knew Taylor was going to be as odd as a wad when he was 5 years old. And we were in church, we were in a ministry, my husband was a minister at that time, and everybody had opinions about the fact that he was kind of odd. But it was my job to protect his wiring, and I had to fight City Hall and deacons and all kinds of things to make sure they didn't pick on him because he didn't fit into what they wanted him to be. I had to become his advocate to allow him to be true to who he is. That was my job, was to protect his wiring. God didn't make a mistake when he made him. May not have made everybody else comfortable, but guess what? He was exactly who God wanted him to be. That was my job, was to protect him. So I want you to look at acceptance. And you know what's really important, this little word? Respected. People struggle to respect their kids. Pay attention to your tone of voice. You wanna know why your tone of voice is really important? Because it triggers them when they were 15 years old and you would call them out and they'd get in trouble. They will remember that tone of voice when they're 25 and 35, and that's how they'll respond to you, as if they're 15 instead of 25 and 35. Adult children hear tone before they hear words. So you got an attitude, they're gonna know it. They're gonna hear it in your voice. And it's a sign of disrespect. It's hard, I mean, I'm just being really direct. That's how it's heard, that's how they hear it. That may not be your intention, but we have to figure out how they hear us, because that interferes with how they receive us, right? So we want them to be seen by us. We want them to know that we see them. We want them to be respected. And we want them to be the truest version of themselves, because I'm going to tell you right now, never before have I seen more people and more adult children living a double life. And the higher the expectations and the demands that we make on them, the more they keep secrets from us. And we don't want that. We don't want that. So acceptance is something you can work on. You can say, how do I, and I would even ask them, how do you know that I accept you completely, totally, wholly for who you are? But don't ask that question if you're gonna get defensive or try to justify or explain yourself. Ask that question when you're ready to listen and really, really hear them. Because that's a scary question for them to answer to you. So if they've got the guts to answer back, you don't wanna like cut them off at the knees by telling them they're wrong. Okay, really important. Now, here's what's important. This is data that came from the Pew Research. This is the percentage of adult children who do not seek advice from their parents. 66% will not discuss their romantic relationships with their parents. 56% will not talk about any marriage issues that they have with their parents. 54 will not talk about their friendships, and 53 will not talk about their mental health. Now, I'm going to tell you, that last stat scares me to death. And a day of addiction, and a day of suicide, and a day of depression and anxiety, to know that my kid could not come and talk to me about their struggles, then who are they going to go talk to? Oh, goodness gracious, some of the people I've seen them hang with, but I want them talking to them. What kind of counsel would they get? It sure would be the counsel that this mama would give them. But those are the stats. That's what we're facing right now as a country. That's happening in our homes. Pretty important data. To me, this was a wake-up call. When I saw this data, I was like, I have to do something. Because I cannot watch one more kid get lost because we don't know what we don't know, right? Now, respect is a bridge that holds the two strong selves together. If you can be respectful to your kids, I'm telling you, it is unbelievably powerful to the relationship. Because you know what it says to them? It says that you take them seriously. It says that you're listening. It says that you're willing to be taught and you're willing to learn. That's what it's telling me. Isn't that a great gift that we can give them? All right, so let's move on. We have R for release. Boy, this is a big one. When Tiff was touring schools to go to colleges to decide where to go, we were in this particular, session of learning, and we were in the auditorium with 1,000 other people, and so one of the young women who goes to that particular college got up and she said, when I first came here, she said, when I was getting ready to come to this school, I told my dad that I wanted to be a teacher. And he said to me, I'm not gonna spend that kind of money to send you to this kind of school if that's all you're gonna be. Oh. So she said, so I decided I'd go pre-law. Wow. So we have a lawyer in the world who really wanted to be a teacher. Because he had an expectation that if he was gonna spend this kind of money, it must have this kind of position. Expectations are the death knell of relationships in adult children. And I remember sitting in that auditorium that day, and Tiffany and I just looked at each other. And I said, "What are you thinking?" She said, "I am so sad for that girl." She said, "Mom, when's it gonna be about her life instead of his?" I'm like, "You nailed it. That's exactly what that meant. This is about making him happy, because he had expectations of what she should be in order to make him happy. Well, when does it get a chance to be about her life instead of his? And expectations can kill a relationship really fast, and we have them more than we realize. Is that your good intentions does not translate to the heart that you have for your adult child. By the time they hear your voice, they know they are not enough. When we bring our expectations, and you know what, we develop them from the womb, we develop them when they're born. As they get older, we just keep keeping them on and on and on. And we have no idea that we have them, but we do. And when we do, let me tell you something, they can be the very thing that causes kids to walk away. Because they say, I can't live up to it, I can't do it anymore. It's too much, it's too heavy, it's too overwhelming. And when parents don't know that, they're bewildered. It's like, well, of course this is how we do it in our family. Well, maybe that's not how we do it in our family. Maybe it doesn't look the same, right? So we have to release expectations. We need to release control. We need to release dreams that we may have had for them. And we also want to be sure that we get rid of our fears. Because under expectations and under control and under unmet needs or dreams happens to be fear. So you deal with the fear, you get rid of a lot of stuff that's creating a problem, right? So this is why this is so important, because letting go of these expectations is the first step of showing that you believe in them. And I have to believe that every parent in here wants their kid to know that they believe. I just believe that. Now, let's move on, because I want you to see this next one. This next one is releasing our grief. We have to grieve those places that are hard for us to let go of. I tell this story a lot about when we were at a wedding, and it was one of Taylor's best friends, and it came time for that mother-son dance. And I started to cry. And I said, why am I crying? Because it would have been the song that I would do with Taylor. And I remember thinking at the time, I'm crying because I don't think this will ever be Taylor and I. And I thought, well, why would that be? And it was like, because Taylor dated women from other parts of the world. So he probably wouldn't have an American wedding. Now, as a minister's daughter and as a minister's wife, I probably have attended 500 weddings in my lifetime. Because I usually had to help in some way, shape. So I had lots of experience in weddings. Of course, you think about your kids, you think about their day, right? So in that moment, I was like, I can't impose my expectation of what I thought his was going to be like. This is his day. This is about him. This isn't about me. This is about him. And in that moment, I had to grieve and let go of all that I had created in my head of what it was supposed to look like or supposed to be, so that way it could be what he needed to be, because it was about him and his bride. It wasn't about me. Grief is a really important thing. If we get stuck, we need to say, where am I stuck so I can let it go, and how do I let it go? Sometimes we have to grieve. But by letting it go, guess what? We open up space for what really can happen. So when he called me 4 years later, and he said, hey Mom, I'm getting married in 60 days. Would you come to Malaysia for the wedding? Yes, Taylor, I will be right there. 3 broke ribs and all, I'll be right there. And so I get on the plane, go to Malaysia, and have this week with him and his bride and her family. That was wonderful. It was so special. And I didn't one time think about the dance. because I'd already grieved it. It was in my rearview mirror. It wasn't a part of my windshield. That's why we have to give ourselves permission to grieve so we don't bring it with us. Okay? Now, let's move to E, engage. Now, engage is really important because this is about connection with compassion, empathy, emotional availability, and presence. Now, I'm gonna answer a question that I'm gonna ask if any of you in here understand. I did not grow up with parents who were engaged with me. They did not see me. They did not know me. I didn't have that, okay? I don't know how many of you could relate to that, but I didn't have that. But I did have one woman, the grandmother that was my person was killed when I was 13 by a drunk driver. So let me kind of give you another little tidbit. From the time I was 5 to the time I was 12, from 5 to 13, I had 12 people in my world die that I was really close to. 4 childhood friends. I had 4 siblings of childhood friends. And the 4 nurturing adults in my life who loved me, just for me, all died, and they all died suddenly. So by the time I get to 13, I am shut down because I don't trust that if I love somebody, they're not going to die. My parents did not see any of this going on. They didn't seem to think that I felt. They didn't seem to think that I had any needs. I was completely invisible. Until this one older woman came into my life, and her name was Miss Hammer. No, Miss Griffin. It was Miss Griffin. Her sister's name was Hammer. And Miss Griffin, we called her Auntie. She cared about me. She was present with me. She asked me what I thought, what I felt. She listened. She gave wisdom. She never judged me. She was kind. She was respectful. She was the one person I had in my world who engaged with me. Just one. I just had one. But that was enough. You and I can be a nurturing, engaging person with our children. There's no reason we can't be the person that they engage with, but we gotta have the compassion and the empathy. That doesn't mean we still don't have to have boundaries and all those kind of healthy things. I'm not saying that. It doesn't mean a blank check. I'm not talking about blank checks. But can we show that we really are interested in them for who they are and have some compassion for their struggles? Can they be free to come to me and act and say, I'm struggling with this, without fear that we're going to try to fix it or tell them they're wrong or tell them they're bad. That's really key here. So empathy is the heart of engagement, and then it says, but respect is the backbone. When we are engaging, that means we're interested, that means we're listening, that means we're paying attention, that means we're asking questions, that means we're nurturing. Which, here's the power of compassion. Feelings with action. It's not enough to feel for somebody. Compassion moves towards them with presence, not solutions. Every time there's a problem and you and I move in with our kids to tell them what to do and how to do it and when to do it, we have lost the opportunity. 1, for them to figure out what it is they need to do. 2, to believe in them. 3, to quote, be present and still. For them to have the space to know that our goal is not the end result of the decision, but it's to simply be with them. It's not about the results of the decision, it's about being. That's what we get to bring to them. And then what engagement is not, it's not fixing, lecturing, or performing. It is being genuinely present without an agenda. That's what we get to do. We have to practice it because it's so hard. Because we spent so many years doing it. N is nurtured. To be seen, known, and valued as an independent, autonomous person. You know, when Tiffany's senior year of high school, we were down a car, and a friend of mine, lovely, lovely person, decided they wanted to buy us a car. Just out of the clear. But they bought us a car and it was a stick shift. And it was gonna be the car that Tiffany was gonna have to drive to high school, which was 25 miles away. And Tiffany did not know how to drive a stick shift, and we got the car 3 days before high school started. So that weekend, we did a crash course on how you drive a stick shift. We went over to FAU, the parking lot, and had plenty of space to practice, so she could learn how to drive it. And she said, but Mom, I'm really scared. And I said, well, hon, what are you scared of? She says, I'm really scared that she says that I'm gonna stall and people are gonna like honk their horn, because you know there's no patient driver in South Florida. And I said, yeah, I know. And she was right. And I said, hey, how about we do this? How about every day, I follow you to school every morning. So if anybody honks, if you stall, they'll honk at me. They won't honk at you. And she was like, you would do that? I'm like, well, of course I would do that. So first day of school, we get in the car and we head towards, and of course she stalls. We don't even get out of the neighborhood and she stalled.
Did you honk at her?
I didn't honk at her. But I could see her little face in the mirror, like, you know, and like well, and I go, got it. And so we did that all the way to all 25 miles down there. That afternoon, I was back there, sitting waiting. She's pulling out, and she looked at me and like, did it all the way back. I did it 4 days in the morning, 4 days in the evening. We got to Friday, and I said, are you ready to go? She says, I got it, Mom. I got it. She says, I'm good. I'm like, awesome. Are you sure? Yep, I'm sure. I got it. Okay. That's what nurturing looks like. That's how you nurture. You let them be vulnerable, you let them struggle, but you're with them in it without judgment. And it looks bigger. As they get older, those become bigger moments. But boy, they don't forget them. You want to talk about glue? That's glue in a relationship. And you get to be glue for them. And let me tell you, you want to be glue. You want to be that kind of glue because you want that connection. You want that to be, you know, something that heat cannot melt. And that's why I think when you and I really focus on what it means to nurture, you know, when we manage, we communicate, I don't trust your judgment, and it shrinks the relationship, where when we have belief, we feed the bond. It's not about fixing the person, it's about growing our connection to them. And that's what we want to do. Now, your power is in your calm. Know yourself first, then you can truly know them. You're going to keep hearing me say again and again, your superpower is in your ability to be calm. Now, here's the last one. And this is about choosing peace when you can't predict the outcome. So I'll tell another Tiff story. She was in her junior year of college, and she was sick, and finals were coming up, and she was really sick. And she'd been to the doctor like twice, and she just wasn't getting any better. And so we're like the third week, and I was like, Tiff, we gotta do something about this. I said, look, when you go to the doctor, I said, sign the medical form so I can talk to the doctor, so I can figure out what else needs to happen to make sure we're getting you everything that you need so you can get better. So she said, okay, Mom, I'll do that. So she gets to the school infirmary, and she said, I need the paperwork so y'all can talk to my mom. And I go, oh, no, you don't want to do that. She says, excuse me? Like, oh, no, you don't want your mom to talk to the doctor. And she says, why would I not want my mom to talk to the doctor? Well, the minute you sign that form, that means they can tell your mom anything, like your sexual activity, like if you're on birth control, if you have a venereal disease, if you want an abortion, they can tell her everything. And she said, let me be really clear. She said, first of all, no, that's happening, so we're really good there. But she said, if it was happening, she'd be the first person I'd be telling. And they looked at her like, are you real? She said, absolutely, for sure. She'd be the first to know. And I was like, she said, Mom, they just looked at me like I had 3 heads. I said, it's okay. And then she turned around and she walked away. I was like, yes, yes, right? Because isn't that what we want? We want them to trust us. We want them to trust us no matter what. That's more important than anything, is that they know that there's nothing in their world that they can't share and be who they are with us. Because that's when trust is about the relationship. It's not about the decisions. That's what we have to pay attention to. And trust is not about what they do. It's about how you show up regardless of the outcome of the choices that they make. You can't control the choices they make. You can't control what happens in the world, but you can control how you handle their choices and their decisions. I'm telling you, it matters. It matters. It matters. There's 4 pillars of trust. There's character, which is who you are when no one's watching. There's competency, which is your ability to do what you say you will do. There's consistency, showing up the same way time after time. And then there's communication, which is speaking and listening with honesty. You know, this is the parent method. This is what we work on with parents all across the country. Because what we have found when we do these things foundationally, we change families, we change relationships. We see people transform. It takes time for a lot of people because a lot of water has run under the bridge in some families. And some people, changes are like that. And so one of the reasons we have this event here is to begin to introduce this whole thought of what would happen in your world and in your family if you knew how to do it differently and how to do it better. Because no one told you the rules changed. No one told you that they changed drastically after 18. No one told you that. Well, I'm here to tell you that. So you now have understanding and insight. It can be different. It can be better. And there are ways to help make it better. So, all right, we're going to close up in just a minute. And am I introducing Lisa? What am I? Is that okay? Is that what we're doing? Good. Okay, good. Do you mind?
Still breathing.
Okay, good. That's right. So Lisa has been a part of our mentorship community for several months. Yeah, come on. So I asked her if she would just come and speak just a minute or two, so that way she could share with you what she has been experiencing in terms of the transformations in her world and her family. Because these are not just concepts, these are actual real. So if you could take like just a couple minutes just to share with them like what you have learned and what's happening in your family.
How did I get here? Navy wife. Lived under communism, capitalism, and socialism over the last 30 years. Huge amounts of time where I wasn't even in my own country, and when we came back, I didn't recognize her. I could see the shift. I'm like, does nobody else see the shift? But I had no answers for it.
We retired. We've been living in the same place for 6 years. I didn't know what to do with the shifts. I started praying, and I guess I was listening. Hey, come watch this lady talk about stuff that's important popped up on my phone, and I'm like, oh, it sounds important. I'll go to that webinar. And then the opportunity came to like take the next step forward. And I thought, well, we transitioned with our kids, newborns, toddlers, elementary school, middle school, high school, college, first driving experience, all of those, but
by then, when they hit college, we weren't even here. And I'm like, how did I miss that? There's gotta be another transition, but I don't know how to do it. And my son called, he was so upset about something that was going on in the news. That I literally thought, my child is in trouble. I don't know what to do. So I just, step one, do step 2, do step 3. Ended up in Orlando, Florida 3 weeks ago with my middle child. And I'm literally standing in Epic Universal, and she's 6 foot, she is an Amazon, African American, adopted child, 6'2", like this. And she melts down. And I'm like, the first feeling, threat. The second feeling, well, that's dumb. Find another feeling. Listen, pause. Keep pausing. Pause some more. She takes a breath. Don't fill in the silence. She keeps talking. What am I hearing? How am I relating? When she finally stopped and took a giant long breath, I'm like, summarize. So your job is really hard, that's what I hear you saying? Yes! A ton of weight just fell off of her. The rest of the day was still difficult, and I found myself by the end of the day going, okay, if she were my best friend and I loved her, what action would I be taking from everything I've heard today? And it was something I wouldn't have thought of before, till now. Well, I'd let my friend have space, and I would get another hotel. So, it was 1 a.m. God gave me the Hilton Grand Beach for $100 a night.
3 bedrooms, 3 baths. I don't need all that space, but I'm going. Next morning she wakes up. And, you know, I let her know that I'm getting a rental car.
I think that would be easier for us. And I say, and I've heard you say so many times how much you need space. And I feel like as your mom, I can give that to you. So, I'm gonna go stay in another hotel. We'll meet up at Disney in the morning. What? You're gonna abandon me? I mean, like, if I were a cartoon of it, just fell. Well, this isn't abandonment, honey. I'm responding to what you said you needed. Phone rings. It's her birth mother. She goes into her bedroom. Of course, I start praying.
And comes out, and
she literally, 6'2" girl, looks like she's 3 feet. I'm like, what happened? Well, my mom's in the hospital. Okay, deep breath, we're walking forward, you know. And then she goes back in, makes a phone call, finds out her mother was lying to her. What she wanted was her to buy her a mug from Disney. I'm like, only God can do that. So, reframe again. We ended up both going to the nicer hotel, which had space for both of us, space for her to do her thing, space for me to walk around if I needed to, and we both left in a healthier position. And I'm like, well, I've only learned 2 things. I'm gonna keep going.
So, in your mind, you've been able to make traction moving forward with her in a way that you haven't.
Yeah, I don't even think it would have come to my mind. I would have tried to solve her problem. And now, as adult to adult, we don't solve each other's problems unless you ask me. And so she didn't ask me to solve her problem.
Right,
And
you
so,
listened.
Yeah.
And you respected, and it shifted the way you.
And that's what was missing, that last shift from parenting where you do have a lot of direction to the adult-child-adult relationship. And so, in for a penny, in for a pound, I'm here. A little scared. Didn't throw up on you when I told the story.
You did great. You did great. And thank you for sharing, because it's hard. When you are in transition and you're trying to figure out all the different ways, it's a lot to be thinking, and you showed it so well when you were saying, okay, pause. You just kept saying pause. Mentally, you are retraining the way you think and the way your brain is working, because you are undoing 18 years of how you did it one way for so long. This is why.
And in her case, 18 years of how someone else did it.
Yeah, that's right. And so when you're dealing, especially with adoption, right? So when you're having to retrain, you have to show you some space and grace for yourself. And that's what you're going to hear us say over and again. And you did a great job of really stepping back and saying, what am I hearing? What did she need? You honored her, you respected her, and you took her seriously. And in taking her seriously, she moved closer to you. And I want you to see how that works, right? It's a powerful thing. You think it's going to have them pull back, but what it actually does, it becomes more the magnet that they pull towards you. So just thank you. You're so sweet for sharing that. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, it wasn't easy at the end of the day.
No, it wasn't.
She left me in the parking lot.
Yeah.
No way home.
Yeah, so a work in process, a work in progress, right? But recognize this is a mom who's committed to being the very best version of her, because that's what she can control. And that's why you're really special to keep pushing forward. And you just keep moving, and I'm so proud of you. I'm really proud of you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. All right, are you coming to close this off? Okay. So we're gonna do lunch. Here's what I want you to do. I'm gonna go ahead and jump in for a second. That's okay. We're gonna do lunch. Lunch is back there, so go get your meal. Find your name at your table, because we're gonna do like a more of a fun working lunch. And then we'll bring you back here when we're ready to do that. But I want you to eat, enjoy, go to the bathroom, do your walking. But when you get your plate, go find your table, and we'll give you instructions on what that time is supposed to look like, okay? Because we want some small group time. Okay.
With you what it's all about. How long is lunch?
45. What time is it now?
Close out, 15-minute break. I'm not gonna come up and close
Oh,
out for
okay.
you. Yeah, so you just close it out. Ten.
So thank you.
Yes, amazing?
Thank you.
All right, good. Yeah, they've done an amazing job. Really thankful for it. Yeah, it was really tasty. Well, guys, so proud for all of us to still be here. Nobody's obligated to be here. So we're still participating, and acknowledge that for yourself, for yourself. Now, I want to hear from 3 people, maybe an insight, takeaway, maybe even the question that was on the paper. What's one question you want to answer from this weekend? 3 people. Who wants to share? Yes, please, Michelle.
My biggest takeaway from this morning was make the impossible inevitable.
Make the impossible inevitable. Okay. It's powerful. Yes, that's good. Yes. I love that. Thank you.
And my biggest takeaway
Yes.
is, well, it's why I came here, which is to find a way to become the best person I could possibly be so that I'm a better adult parent to my adult child.
Yeah, that's awesome. Is there anything that sticks out to you so far that like you can already apply? You can see yourself applying? Okay, good.
Well, quite a bit of it. I mean, I really enjoyed it, or I wouldn't have come all this way, so.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here, Anne. Very cool. One more? Yeah.
So, I think, surprisingly to me, I think one of my biggest takeaways is that my son's boundaries are to protect him. And they're a safety net for him, rather than taking it offensively or defensively or being offended and hurt. Get curious,
Yeah.
figure out what I can do to make him feel safe, to open up his boundaries.
Wow.
Rather than, just kind of admiring him and respecting him for having the boundaries, it feels like he's getting hurt,
Wow, that's so powerful.
even if I don't understand.
That's so powerful. Can anybody else relate what you just said? Yeah. See, that's the power of sharing. And thank you for being so generous with the group. And that's the importance of really being in a space of participation with the whole group, because one person's takeaway really can affect everybody. And that's the power of being in a community. That's why it's so key to not be isolated. And it can look at it both ways. Sometimes we think our problems are unique to us, and the details are unique to us, but the pattern behind it typically isn't. So when one parent is open, they're vulnerable, they're willing to be uncomfortable, to be seen fully, the whole room can get the whole benefit. Just like when we hear a share like that, where that's a massive impact. How do you see that impacting the relationship moving forward?
I don't think I'm gonna take it so personally. I think there's like a shift of attitude where I respect him, that he would put up those boundaries if he feels like he's getting hurt. I don't like it.
Sure, sure.
It doesn't feel good, but it's a matter of he's an adult.
Yeah.
And he's, he just put up a fence so the enemy wouldn't come in. So, okay, we'll figure it out. But give him space.
Yeah. And it's your vulnerability to be able to recognize, to step out of that. It may not be comfortable, you may not like it, but at this point, to make the relationship what it can be, there's some things to let go to the side. That's really powerful.
It's unnatural for
Yes.
us with our children to think that they need boundaries to protect themselves from us.
Sure.
So we're the ones that love you.
Right.
So why would you need boundaries to protect yourself from us and the attitude that love you?
Wow. Okay, so then here's a follow-up question to that. If that's not acknowledged nor addressed, what's the impact of that down the road?
Oh, we just keep barreling down the boundaries, offending him and threatening him and making him feel.
Things don't change, and they potentially get worse.
Right. Which is again the importance of at this point recognizing, but recognizing is only step one. That's like half the wheel. Can you hear you? I got you. Recognition of a pattern is not necessarily resolving the underpinning of it. It's the beginning of it, but it's the new actions to follow that will really make the big impact. And this is again the importance Catherine was talking about, the neural pathways, the neurochemistry to it. It's not going to happen right away. It's repetitive over time that actually creates a whole new groove. Now we're used to going one direction, so we take a new action on, we get into something new, we're wobbly because it's new. But eventually, the wobbliness stabilizes and now becomes more natural. So that's why in repetitive actions with community, support around you really makes it long-lasting. Thank you both for sharing, which actually creates a direct opening to what Tracy's going to be speaking on next. So Tracy and Bill, Tracy's been doing therapy for 33 years. She's mom of 2 adult children, 26 and 24. Bill and Tracy will be celebrating their 33-year of marriage in July.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
I still like him.
And she specializes in something really powerful. It's the idea that there's big T trauma and little t trauma. We're really used to big T trauma. You can have an idea of what that is, but we don't really think about the little t trauma. Those small actions that we don't even recognize are creating cracks in the relationship, and over time just create bigger and bigger and bigger gaps. So being able to recognize both big T, little t can start to create now a new space, a new safety for a new connection for the relationship. So welcome, Tracy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sebastian. I'm super glad to be here. I'm going to start with just telling you guys a story. I can probably tell I was raised in the South and have a little bit of a Southern accent. I grew up in Memphis, and I've been in Middle Tennessee since 1987. I went to school there and stayed. So I run a counseling center that's nonprofit and been there for 20 years. So we have gained quite a reputation in Middle Tennessee in our area to be of great help to a lot of people. I feel a little bit emotional about this story, so just forgive my shaky voice. On March 27th, 2023, I was at work and I got a text message from a therapist in Nashville. She and her husband both helped start Covenant Church, which is a church in Nashville. And she sent me a text and said, I need your help and I need it now. So I was in between sessions, so I called her. I was like, what's going on? And she said, there's been a shooting in Nashville at the Covenant School and we need you. I don't know what to do. I just need you to organize this. I was like, okay, what do we need the most? She said, we need money and people. I said, okay. So within 24 hours, our counseling center raised $98,000, and we got a world-renowned trauma specialist flown in, and I had a whole team together, and somehow all of a sudden I was in charge of helping all of the adults that were involved in the Covenant shooting. So the first responders, the teachers, and the parents of the children. There was another organization that was in charge of the children. And so what was fascinating is we were meeting with first responders, the Vanderbilt emergency room doctors. They had been ER doctors for years, and they were struggling. They had seen so many things come in, but they weren't used to having child after child brought in. We worked with the chaplains. We worked with so many people. But what was fascinating when we met with them, we were having one-on-one sessions with them, helping them get through this crisis of what they'd seen and what they'd been through. They would talk about their story for a little bit. You know, the first responders would tell us about what happened into the school. The teachers were telling us about how scared they were, but trying to keep it together for the children. The parents were telling us about running to the school. The roads were shut down, so they had to run really far to get to the school, and how they would stop and throw up on the way. So we're hearing these stories, they're telling us all these details, and about 10 or 15 minutes into their story, they would start telling us about their childhood. And at first we were like, what's happening? So they're telling us these stories of this traumatic thing that happened. They're like, you know, my dad, when I was in 3rd grade, we were at first just kind of surprised by that. And like, okay, and so then we would start talking to them. They started telling us about their traumas from growing up. We spent this much time on what they experienced and this much time on their own trauma and their own past. And so we quickly realized, oh, what's happening is their unhealed parts of themselves are coming out in this big trauma. So the big T traumas are the things that we all kind of think about, right? That we all know that the Covenant shooting is a big T trauma. What we didn't realize is those little T traumas coming along the way were just affecting them just as much as the big T trauma. So that's a little bit about what we're going to talk today about. Small events have big ripples, and how trauma changes families. Oh, I thought I was, uh-oh. Y'all, I'm sorry. It's not changing. Okay, sorry. Alex to the rescue. Yes. There's not for these. Yeah. Yep, for tomorrow. While Alex does that, we'll just keep going. Maybe he'll find it. Sorry about that. So what I want you to do right now is think about, can you think of a moment in your life that seemed small at the time that it happened? Maybe it bothered you, maybe it hurt your feelings, maybe you didn't like it, but you didn't realize how much it would affect you later. So if you can think back to something that seemed small at the time, but turned out to really affect you in later adulthood. Can anybody think of an example? Yes? Do you mind sharing?
And this is just sort of a flashback. I know at one point, okay, I'm 63. It's only been within the last 4 years
Okay.
that I started realizing that some of the things I went through, because I always thought of trauma as being the big T.
Right, sure. Most of us do.
That you got starved, you got beaten, you got whatever.
Right.
And so these things started coming out. And so anyway, yes, I'm in therapy. Okay. So I can't remember why, but settling down for the night one night, and I don't remember, I was probably somewhere between, I don't know, 9 and 11 maybe. My mom was a pretty disturbed person.
Oh,
Can I hold this microphone, please? All right, it's good.
oh, thank you.
That's a
When you finish and someone is going to speak, throw it.
I'll help you.
Okay. Feeding my inner child. Anyway, my mom, I don't remember why I was sleeping in their room, my parents' room, on the floor. I had made a little pallet and I was sleeping in there. I wasn't scared of the dark or any of that kind of stuff, but I don't know what was going on. But anyway, and my mom was upset about something and I don't remember why. All I know is I voiced that whatever it was I was upset about whatever, and I was considered, if you know the psychological terms, I was kind of the scapegoat in our family. That's a new thing for me to understand. But my mom just looked at me and she goes, well, maybe I'll die, and someday your dad will find someone who you like better. And I don't remember ever thinking, I wasn't angry, or I don't remember that being a thing. And I
Right.
remember she just kind of shot that off at me. And it wasn't until some things came out in her late 50s and 60s that kind of explained some of her emotional issues.
Sure.
And I remember telling her, I said, do you remember saying that to me, or why? She didn't remember.
Right.
She also was getting dementia and all that. But she said, no, I don't remember any of that.
Right.
But that has stuck with me.
Sure.
And I have caught myself 2 or 3 times thinking something similar.
That seed was planted.
The seed was planting, and I'm like, I don't even feel like that's a thing. I don't
Right.
know why I would think that way.
Yeah.
And I really had to pray a lot against, like, I don't know where that's coming from, because I don't really feel that way. Why would I think the same?
Right. Yeah. Good. Thank you,
Thank
Andrea.
you, God, I've never said it.
Thank you. That's a great
Except to you
example.
people now.
No, yeah. Thank you so much. So that's a great example of something at the time that didn't feel really like a big deal, but it affects you, and that a seed can be planted, and we can have core thoughts and beliefs about it. So here's the thing. It's not every wound comes from a catastrophe. Sometimes experiences that shape us the most are the ones that no one noticed. A lot of times also trauma can be things that don't happen that should. So those are definitely things that are unseen. So the neglect kinds of things. My dad I know he loved me very much, cared about me very much, but he didn't know how to show emotions. When I was in college, if I talked to him on the phone, he would say, how are your grades, how's your car, and how's your bank account? And I know that he wanted to provide for me, and that's how he showed love and care for me, but there was no emotional attachment there. And so once he found out those things, if I needed money, if he reminded me to change my oil, which I always forgot to do, those kinds of things, then here's your mom. And so the emotional connection would come with her. So that was something I didn't get that would have been nice to have. So those things that we don't happen are also causing trauma, and things we don't always think about. Small events and big ripples. How does it change families? Trauma affects individuals and entire family systems. So we think about when we go through something. I had a client, and she's given me permission to share this. I had a client one time that was robbed at a Dollar General at gunpoint, and her car was taken. They took her keys and they left her car. She was completely traumatized. She could hardly leave her home, but it affected her whole family system. She wasn't leaving anymore. The grocery. She wasn't going to the sporting events. She really didn't want to come out of her room for a long time. So it affected her children, it affected her marriage. So we can think of an event that happens to someone like, oh, they went through a trauma, but that trauma comes into the home. So I want you to think about how it affects the whole system. Some wounds are obvious. Those are the big T traumas. Those are the ones that everyone sees. The ones that aren't so obvious are the ones that don't happen, things that don't happen that should. And the things that are patterns of little things that happen over a period of time. Healing begins with understanding. Catherine talks to us a lot about how we want to understand and become curious, and that's how we connect. When we can understand someone else's experience, that's where healing takes place. When you have an empathetic witness to your story, healing takes place. So think about when your adult children share things with you, instead of getting defensive and wanting to justify, really think about how can I connect with them and how can I listen to their story, even if I don't agree with it, and be an empathetic witness to what they're sharing with me. So I'm putting the focus on them and not me. So what is trauma? We've talked about it a little bit. It's not just what happened. So what happened was there was a shooting at Covenant. How was it experienced? And I can tell you it's experienced differently from the person that was hiding in an organ, underneath an organ, and a person that's hiding in a locker from a teacher that's got 30 kids. It was experienced people that were in the hallway when they could see the shooter from a parent that was outside not knowing what was going on inside. So the experience of what happened is a big part of trauma, not just what happened. And how does our nervous system respond? Like, what's happening on the inside of us? Is our heart pounding? Are we sweating? Are we getting sick at our stomach? Do we just anything and our body feels numb? So different people experience our nervous system differently. And then whether support was available afterward. Did you have this thing happen that no one noticed? Or this repeated pattern that no one sees? Or is it something that Covenant and there's like 30 therapists waiting for you? That is a big part of what happens with our trauma moving forward. Two people can experience the same event and be impacted very differently. So when Catherine was talking earlier about the shoulds, ought tos, would have, all of that, when we should ourselves, we don't need to compare our pain to other people, and we don't need to compare like how they experience a trauma and how do we experience a trauma. There's no right way to do it, but becoming aware of how your nervous system reacts to a trauma is really important. So the big T traumas. Big T traumas are events that are overwhelming, they're life-threatening, they're terrifying, and they're often recognized by society as traumatic. We've got some examples of those: serious accidents, natural disasters, abuse, death of a loved one, military combat. We often only think of these things as trauma. So like a lot of people will say, oh, I've never had any trauma because I haven't had one of these things in this list. But I can guarantee you, if you're a person, you've had some sort of trauma in your life. If you are here, you've had trauma. So just kind of being aware of that. Little T traumas are painful experiences that feel overwhelming to you. They occur repeatedly or unexpectedly, and they may not appear traumatic to other people. So this is where we want to get into that non-judgment again. We don't want to judge what other people feel as trauma. Examples: chronic criticism, rejection, being bullied, emotional neglect, being compared to siblings, feeling invisible, divorce, frequent moves, not feeling safe expressing emotions. All of these things, when repeated over a pattern, when you have a pattern of something that's repeated over time, these little T traumas, I can't express this enough, these little T traumas affect us as much as one big T trauma. And so when you say I've never had trauma, I want you to stop and think about this list. Has anyone ever felt invisible? Has anybody ever felt rejected? Has anyone been compared to a sibling? All of these things can create trauma in us. If we had some of these patterns, and again, this is not about blaming what you did wrong as a parent of your children, but if we did some of these things with our children, they've probably experienced that as trauma. If they come to us and want to talk to us about it, our instinct is want to say, oh, I didn't mean that. I didn't do that. That wasn't my intention. And I know that wasn't your intention of your heart, or you wouldn't be here. But what they need is that empathetic witness that we talked about. What they need is someone to listen to their story and just to have someone hear and understand them. Were your little T traumas dismissed? Many people hear, you're too sensitive. I wish I had $1 for every time my dad said, stop wearing your feelings on your shoulder. That wasn't a big deal. Get over it. Other people had it worse. My mom is precious, and she never wants anything to be wrong with us. She is 82. I'm 57, and my brother is 60. She still doesn't want us to have pain. So she tries to help avoid pain or pretend like pain's not there. When I was in the 3rd grade, I made straight A's. I have terrible handwriting. I still do. No matter how hard I try, I just cannot write well. So I never made the honor roll. So I'd make straight A's and a C in handwriting. And that C in handwriting always kept me off the honor roll. So the kids would get little ribbons because they made the honor roll. Well, my mom didn't think it was fair, so she made me my own ribbons to wear. And it was so pretty, and I would prance around school with my pretty ribbon because it was prettier than everyone else's, and thought, this is so great. But looking back, that's crazy. I didn't earn the ribbon. But she did not want me to have any pain, and she still doesn't want me to have pain. So she dismissed things not because she didn't want to, it's not like she didn't want to acknowledge that something bad was happening. She just didn't want me to feel bad about anything. So I have severe asthma and allergies. And growing up, I went to the Children's Hospital in Memphis once a month. That's where my doctor was. That's where I had to go get treatments. And we would go, and she just told me that's where my doctor is. I didn't know that I was sick. So I would make little notes and cards and take them to the sick kids at the hospital, but I didn't know I was one of the sick kids at the hospital. But that dismissal had taught me to dismiss my own feelings and my own things and just put them aside, and mine don't matter as much. So dismissal of things really, really matter. Pain doesn't compare itself. Our nervous system responds to what feels threatening, not to what other people think should hurt. So if someone is telling you how they experience something or a trauma or something, a pattern that they've lived through, even if you think, well, that shouldn't hurt, that's not a big deal, it doesn't matter what you think about it, it matters how they experience it and what their nervous system is doing. So understanding that's really important. Why little t trauma matters. Research now shows that repeated emotional wounds can affect attachment. So how well are we connecting? If we don't understand, like, I don't understand this, like, why are we not connecting? What's happening here? A lot of times it's because some emotional wounds are there. It impacts our self-worth and what we believe about ourselves. It increases anxiety. It influences our relationships, and it shapes our parenting styles. So traumas that you have been through are part reasons how you raised your children and what you're doing now and how you do that. Many adults struggle not because of one major event, but because of hundreds of smaller painful experiences. So if you think I don't have trauma, remember, yes I do, I've got to figure out what the patterns were that were not healthy. One paper cut's not devastating, hundreds of paper cuts are very painful. Constant criticism, never feeling good enough, being ignored, lack of emotional support. These repeated experiences cause long-lasting beliefs. So, I'm not really sick. Really, I should make the honor roll. Those things that were painful that were dismissed, instead of giving me encouragement like, oh, this is great and I can be happy and excited, it made me feel like things that happen to me that are bad don't matter. Just put them to the side. Trauma changes the stories we tell ourselves. After painful experiences, people often have certain beliefs. So we all have core beliefs and a little tape that we play in our head. Some of these things may have literally been said to you, and some of them are just messages that you received. And what happens as adults, we take those messages from childhood and we play that tape ourselves. So we may not be still given that message. People may not be speaking that over us anymore, but we still have that message and we're pushing play and hearing it. I have to earn love. People leave me. I can't trust anyone. My feelings don't matter. There's more than this. These are just examples. But kind of be thinking about what are the core messages that you have and how have you spoken over your children or how have you related to them with that message being in your mind. Trauma changes family. Like we said earlier, it doesn't just affect one person, it affects the whole system. It affects our communication, our trust, our boundaries, conflict, parenting, marriage. One person's wound can create ripples throughout an entire family system. So there may be something that happens to them at school and you don't even know about it if they don't share with you. And then however experience, but they don't. And then your family, you don't even know what the thing is because it's being brought into the home. It affects the whole system. And they feel confused. So Catherine talks a lot to us about we make poor decisions usually out of fear, right? When we are fearful about something, we relate to people in unhealthy ways. We want to control things, we want to fix things, we want to rescue, and we want to criticize. Those are kind of the ways that we respond when we're responding out of fear. My mom obviously is a rescuer, so just jump in and fix everything. Jump in and try to make everything feel better. But when we're parenting out of love, instead of controlling, we're connecting. So I'm not going to try to control the circumstances. I'm not going to give you your own ribbon to wear, but I'm going to come beside you and connect with you. How is it for you? That curiosity question, right? What is this like for you that you can't win the ribbon or whatever? Instead of fixing, we want to support. We can't fix other people's adult children's problems, and it's not. But we can support them and offer lie with them. We want to respect them. I know that I heard something where men want to feel respected. I mean, women do too, but men need to feel more respected. Women need to feel more loved. We both need both. But when I heard that, my son was probably in middle school maybe. He's 24 now. And I started saying to him things like, because I tell him I love him all the time. Like, Walker, I love you. Say, thanks, Mom, I love you. You're just kind of like, whatever. But when I started saying I respect you, it changed so much. How much you're trying so hard in whatever it is. I really respect the discipline you have in, X, Y, Z. It really changed how he received things. It wasn't just like, there goes Mom. I mean, he really took that in. So respect is huge. Instead of criticizing, we want to encourage. Common trauma responses in parents. So this is what we do when there's trauma happening in our system or within ourselves. Fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. A lot of times we only think about fight or flight, but there's actually 4. So when we have when we have something happen that's traumatic and we have an automatic reaction, not response, if we want to fight, we try to control, we get angry, and we criticize. If we have flight, we want to avoid. Like, oh no, I'm just going to step out and pretend this isn't happening. If we freeze, we just shut down emotionally, we get numb, don't know how to respond, and just kind of deflate. Fawning is one that a lot of people don't know about, but that's over-accommodating, and that's when we have really loose boundaries. That can be really common if you grew up with an addict or someone with a medical illness. I have a client that's dad was an alcoholic, and she said they knew her dad was sober because the key would go right in the door after work, and he would unlock it and come right in. If they heard the key moving all around the door, they knew that he was drunk, and they would have to try and get the shoes out, everyone be quiet, go to your room, hide. You learn to try to accommodate that person. That's what fawning is. So just kind of think about which one do you do when there's a crisis that occurs. What I want you to think about, just in the interest of time, we won't take a lot of time for this, but I want you to think about growing up, I learned that what? When you were growing up, what is the message that you learned? Some examples, I can't ask for help. I need to keep the peace at all cost. I need to work harder. I can't show weakness. So I want you to think of the message that you learned when you were growing up, and if you'll just jot that down. What is a core belief that you learned? What I want you to think about is how did that core belief affect you in your parenting? How did that core belief affect you in your parenting? How does it affect you now? The awareness of this could help change your defensiveness and justification, your criticism, and your anger. Okay. How does trauma show up with adult children? There is giving advice when not asked. How many of us do that? We hear a story and they're telling us something, already figuring out what answer we want to give them before they even finish talking. We take boundaries personally. Catherine just shared with us that that's a way that they can help protect themselves, but we take it personally. We fear rejection. So if we go into situations and conversations with them and we're scared they're going to be mad at us and leave us, then we're already going into the conversation with defensiveness and fear, and we're probably going to do the things that we don't want to do, and then we get frustrated with ourselves. We can overhelp, but I was just helping. I just wanted to make it easier. We have difficulty letting go. Often the issue isn't the adult child, but it's what we're doing, and a lot of times it comes from our own unresolved trauma. So with that unresolved trauma comes fear, and if we don't realize that we're having fear, then we have a hard time showing love. And the slides aren't working again. Alex, I'm sorry about this.
I got you.
Okay,
Yeah, let me know when to go.
I'm ready. Let me go to 14. Yes, perfect. So curiosity instead of judgment. When we get frustrated with our adult children's choices or their behaviors or what they're saying to us or what they're not saying to us, we might think, why are they acting like this? What is wrong with them? What's going on with them? But what would it be different if we said, what happened to them? What happened to me? What fear might be underneath this? This helps us to have connection instead of judgment. Curiosity creates this connection. Judgment creates distance. So as soon as they see that look on your face, as soon as they hear that criticism come out, as soon as they hear that question, they're going to automatically, like Catherine said earlier, start managing. So healing changes future generations. When parents heal, you model accountability, emotional regulation, humility, and healthy boundaries. So you guys doing what you're doing, being here this weekend, learning new skills, learning new tools, you show up differently in y'all's relationships. And it shows accountability because you can take ownership into what you're welcome. Emotional regulation. When our body is calm and we're presenting in a calm way, it helps the other person feel calmer. If we come in all worked up, then they're going to be worked up. If we can come in calm, we can help regulate. My brother and I told my mom everything. Well, probably I told my mom more than my brother did, but he told her a lot. And I remember being in my mid-20s, I was like, I don't know why I told you everything. Like things I can't believe I told you. I wonder why I did that. And she said, because I never act shocked. I was like, oh. And she said, I might go in the closet and scream and cry after you told me, but you never knew. But that emotional regulation, her not acting shocked, and me would just let me open up and tell her things. Humility. We can come in with a humble spirit and not have that defensive, justifying spirit, then they can relate to that really well, and that can help calm them down. And then, of course, it creates healthy boundaries. And so when you heal, think about this. When you are healing, which is what y'all are working on, it can create an environment for other people to heal. So just like the trauma affects the whole family system, healing can affect the whole family system as well and go in the other direction. So what you're doing really matters and can change the whole system. What helps with healing? Safe relationships, right? If I can be an ally and I can support you and I can be a safe person and have integrity and do what I say I'm going to do, if I can show up for you in a way that's non-judgmental, honest reflection. If you can't think of anything that you've done or you disagree with everything that they say, you probably need to take some more time and have honest reflection with yourself and like, let me hear what they said. What is the message that they're giving me? Counseling can help, support groups, spiritual growth, healthy boundaries. Healing occurs with connection. So trauma and wounding happens in community, and healing happens in community. This is why it's so good that you guys are here and part of this and doing the breakouts and working together at your tables, because this helps with healing. Okay. So what wound might still be influencing my parenting today? I really want you to think about that. What is something from your past? Maybe a big T trauma that has happened to you. Maybe it was T trauma. Maybe it was something that didn't happen that should. But where's some wounding and trauma in me that hasn't really healed? And how does that affect me? What fear shows up for me the most? Rejection, disrespect. Kind of think about, what is it? What would love do instead? If I led with love and not having to agree with everything I do, how would that change? How would that change the family system, and how would that heal some of the trauma? Small events, big ripples. Okay, here are key takeaways. Trauma is about impact, not just the events. Okay? So how did this trauma, how did this event, how did this pattern affect me? How did it impact me? Do I have trouble sleeping? Do I have trouble believing good things about myself? Do I have trouble relating to other people because of that? Little traumas matter. Things that have happened over a period of time, we don't want to discount those. Family patterns often begin as survival strategies. A lot of times, we have a pattern or something that happens just because we're trying to make it. I've got to work 2 jobs. The lights are going to be turned off. So we're doing things to figure out just how to survive the circumstance, but then that can become a pattern of behavior and we live out that way instead of it just being a short amount of time. Understanding creates compassion. So when we're listening to understand, when we're showing empathy, when we have that compassion, those things are going to help us with connection. It's really important. Healing one person can change an entire family. So the work that you're doing can also ripple out, just like the trauma can ripple out. Your healing can ripple out and change your family system in a positive way moving forward. So we have the big windshield and not the little rearview mirror. Does that make sense? Okay, so I want you to take some time, just a second. That's okay. I want you to take a second, and I want you to write down one thing that you feel like is unhealed in you, and one thing that you want to do about it moving forward. You can just take a minute or so to do that. Yes. Write down one thing that you think is unhealed in you, a trauma. It could be a big T trauma or a pattern of little t's. And what is one thing you can do to help heal that moving forward? After you finish that, we have about a 15-minute break, so we'll start back at 2:15. Okay? Thank you, guys.
documentary that came out this spring, and it was called He Calls Me Daughter. And it was written for women who had been wounded, in the father-daughter relationship. And so this documentary was created, and the director asked them to write the book to create a support document, like I don't even know how you call it. It was just incredible opportunity for people to heal. When you read this book and you read the discipleship and all the things that go with it, it's amazing what happens when you walk through this material. And as a result of y'all being here this weekend, if any of you want a copy of this book, they have graciously offered to donate a book to you. So they will sign it, and you can talk to them about it. But if you see the documentary, it's powerful. Yeah, the Hendricks brothers. They were the ones. It's like unbelievable how when you read it, you're mesmerized, and like you just sit there and like you don't move the entire time you're listening. So it's a powerful message. They did an incredible job writing about how to heal your heart when that wound, that father wound, has been just so deep that has interfered with your ability to trust. And they take you step by step on how to repair that place in your spirit and your soul. So I just wanted to share with you, we have this incredible privilege to have them on our team. And so you had a chance to hear Tracy now, and you'll have a chance to hear Bill in just a few minutes. But I just wanted to let you know they have been very gracious to give you a book if you are interested in having one, and happy to sign it for you. So
The name of the book is?
He Calls Me Daughter. Mhm.
Everybody, even if you don't have trauma.
Oh yeah, it's like, let me tell you something. This book is so healing. You don't have to have just trauma with your father, you can just have trauma. But if any part of you has struggled, I will tell you this is the book to help heal that broken place. So I just want to let you know, this is who they are. They're a part of who we are, and I could not be more honored and grateful to have them on our team. And so thank you so much, Tracy, for sharing, and thank you for Bill for your. So we'll meet back here in about 10 minutes. So get refreshments, bathrooms, whatever, and we'll come back. Okay?
2:30 on Saturday. How's it been so far? Great. Yeah? Hey, ladies. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so it's 2:30 Saturday afternoon. Have expectations been met? Yeah?
Exceeded.
Okay, share more. What do you mean?
I just feel that it's been intense. There's been a great deal of depth. I don't think I was really expecting the depth. So I'm very excited.
That's amazing. You know, and you bring up a really key point, Katie, right? Katie? Kathy. Kathy brings up a really good point, and it's that this work can be intense. Like, this is so emotional. I was speaking with somebody before, I'll keep it private, but they recognize something for the first time in their life. And he's been carrying this for some time now. And just because of conversation, things opened up, and that can be intense. So it's really important that as you navigate through this journey, we're not alone. I had an amazing conversation with somebody recently, and I asked her, what's the biggest takeaway so far being in the community? And she said, I recognize I am not alone. And that is such a key thing for parents to recognize, because it's really hard, especially when some people feel shame, guilt, embarrassment to talk about this. I just spoke with somebody again the other day, not a part of the membership. Well, now she is, but before she wasn't. And that was her biggest struggle. Nobody of my friends knows about this. And I said, let me tell you something. 38% of Americans right now say experience some sort of distance with their adult child. I said, do you think you know 4 friends? Do you think you know 10 friends? I said, yes. I said, well, right there, 1 out of 4 is definitely going through some sort of distance. And it kind of hit her. She recognized. 1 out of 4 friends. She has 4 friends. 1 out of them is experiencing some sort of distance. So why do I say this? Is because as we go through this depth of exploration, it's important to stay around the campfire. If you get away from the campfire, it gets cold. Old habits come into the picture. Can anybody raise their hands? Can you already see some new action, new breakthrough that before was not visible? Raise your hand. Yeah? Yeah, you see that? Couple. Have you seen any takeaways or insights, any new actions that before weren't visible before the event? Yeah? Is that you or no? Okay, cool. So we got some raise of hands. Can you also recognize or realize that if you don't stay around a community, it's going to be much harder to continue with the insight? Raise of hands. Yeah? So it's staying around the campfire what's going to help you really stay consistent with this. And I know Catherine talks a lot about this. When we're not consistent with transformation, especially growth with our adult children, we actually expand the gap. Things are okay, but if you're only doing it every once in a while, the ups and downs occur. Distance, protection, safety, like just talked about earlier, boundaries. So if you're not going to be consistent, you might as well not even start. But if we're here, you might as well start and be consistent. And it's important to be here together. So thank you all for being here. What we're going to do next is a little different. We're going to split up. So Bill, raise your hand, Bill. Yes. As Bill is going to take us into a couple's journey, there's also the opportunity to be in a much more faith-focused journey on the outside. Okay, so you get to choose whichever one you want to go. I'll let you go deeper into it. Cool.
So let me just explain a little bit further. Thank you so much, Pat, for being RDC, and thank you for sharing for us. Tomorrow you get you'll get a chance to meet everybody and more people. We have like 31 people on this phone. So that just kind of tells you how fast this organization's grown, because we officially launched in January. And we went from the 3 of us to we're in mid-30s. That's how fast we're growing, because the need is so great. And so Sebastian and Crystal are 2 members of our team, and Alex and Nick, they're a part of this organization that's really committed to getting this message out there. We're very fortunate to have Bill, who is Tracy's husband, who's also a therapist, who has been leading our community for couples in terms of making sure that couples are united in how they parent during the parenting adult children season, because we see so much division in terms of perspectives and how, whether there have been divorces or whether they're still married, it greatly impacts adult children when parents cannot be on the same page. That doesn't mean you have to always agree, but boy, how you disagree is really impacting adult children. So I would encourage you that if you, in the next few minutes, Bill's gonna come and offer this next talk for couples, and if you don't have your partner here, you are more than welcome, because every Tuesday night when we have this class, we have a lot of people on the call who don't have their partners not on the call with them, but they're still learning a lot about how to stay united. So I would encourage you, if that's something that you're interested in, stay in this room and you'll have a chance to hear Bill lead y'all and talk about that. For those of you who are not in at that place where you want to focus on faith and your parenting, I'm going to be doing that talk in the hallway behind you. And so grab a chair and I'll meet you in the back. So if you're a couple, I would encourage you to stay. And if you're wanting to go talk about faith and how to handle parenting with your faith, I'll see you back there. So we're going to take 2 minutes for you to make a decision where you're going to be, and we'll go from there. Okay? So bring in their own chair. Bring your own chair. Yeah, right there. Right behind, go through those doors and you'll be right there.
Let's get you the clicker hooked up.
Okay.
If it disconnects, let us know. I don't know why it keeps doing that.
Yeah, something.
We can stand.
I can help you with chairs too. Okay. Actually, to stand. Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Wow, I feel really loved for that.
Hey, Catherine. We need your unlock. Great to meet you, Matt.
Okay.
Take it easy.
You're welcome.
Eric, you got him? Yeah. I hope so.
So, what do you want? What do you want? All of it.
Yeah, it's doing something. I wonder if you pull up the other slideshow. Because it's advancing. Let's see.
Where is the slideshow?
Oh, that's a great question. I emailed her. Is her? Okay, wait a minute. That's the.
It's a different keynote.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Oh, grandkids are.
Is her email?
You think it's in the email?
I emailed it to her. Yeah. Let me see if I can. Should I just grab her real quick?
Oh, you can. I don't want to.
Well, thank you all. That was, Catherine's words were way too kind, and if you don't know Catherine, she's the real deal. What she presents and what she talks about is what she embodies. So that was very sweet of her. Trauma is a real thing. I speak not a lot, but some semi-routinely. But every time when I get up to talk, I feel like I'm just going to get sick. I'm just so nervous, just ruminating thoughts. And I just realized recently where it came from. Do you want to hear kind of a sad story?
Yes.
Okay. So I was in graduate school and just finished my thesis. And I remember it was a Friday midday. My thesis advisor found me in the hallway, and he came and says, "Man, you're not going to believe what happened." An opening at the Middle Tennessee Psychological Association for the thesis presentations opens up, and there's a slot open if you want it. Then he sold me on why it'd be good to do such a thing, and so I've been doing all this for 8 months now. So I thought, well, I know the material. I do it every day, so I agreed to do it, and didn't prepare anything like that. Just thought, well, I'll just go tell him what I've been doing. And I got to a podium such as this, probably 70 people just all looking at me. And I kid you not, I started talking, and I don't even know how long I talked. It was maybe 15 minutes, and I don't remember one word that I said. Not one. So I was sitting here just gibberish. I don't know what I was saying. It was just, I was talking, and people were looking at me, and their eyes were getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I was sweating, and finally it was over. I think I just grabbed my bag and just bolted, so now I realized, oh, wait a minute, maybe that experience probably had something to do with why I'm so nervous. So thank you for listening. So if you see me bolt out at the end of this, you know what's going on. So how many, all of us here, I'm assuming we're married in couple situations. Maybe not every spouse is here, but you're in a relationship. I hope this is helpful. We field questions as people are coming into the community about our Tuesday night class, saying, well, I'm not married, or we're divorced, or we're co-parenting, or those type of things, and they ask, is this applicable? Will this be something that would be helpful? And I think so. I especially believe so in the case of co-parenting situations where if despite what's going on between the two parents, I'm sure there's a lot of emotion, there's a lot of pain and all that. It's always great if we can put that aside and really try to find this level of unity. We'll talk about that in a second, but find that level of unity because most importantly, it's healthy for our children. It's healthy for our minor children, and our adult children. So a theme that I hope we can take away from this is the fact of, in a marriage relationship, we're partners, we're not opponents. We're on the same team, those type of things. So I'm gonna throw out a question. So as I ask you guys, if I were to ask you, what comes to your mind when I use the term unity? We're talking about a united front. Got that word united, unity. What concepts come to mind when you hear that? Togetherness. Aligned. Agreement. We're one. Okay.
Lots of conversation.
What's that?
Lots of conversation.
Lots of conversation. That does come. That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Let's see. So it's up, right? Or down? Yeah, there we go. So all those concepts are part of it. So as you can see on the left, it says that being united doesn't mean that we agree on everything. Let's be honest. Is that even possible? Probably not, right? We are in our marriages. We're two different people with two different histories, two different. Hopefully not too different, but different values and different desires and hopes and dreams and all those things. So we're gonna approach parenting from a different perspective. Being united doesn't mean having identical opinions, right? They may differ. Being united definitely is not one spouse just always giving in and going along with the other, which can happen from time to time to avoid conflict or to avoid tension. But as I remember Catherine said something earlier this morning, that's a surefire recipe for resentment and future disalignment in the future. So what a united front does mean is how can we learn to or demonstrate respect for each other publicly, right? So if I'm gonna brag on her real quick, one thing Tracy does really well for me that means the world is she'll speak to our adult children in glowing terms about their dad. So she'll say something like, your dad worked so hard for us, or those type of things. That's like that public demonstration, I hope to our kids, senses a sense of unity when she sees the way that we engage when we publicly reaffirm one another. United Front also means working through disagreements privately, right? It's again, there's going to be disagreements. There's maybe the disagreement. It might be impossible to hide the disagreement, but the working through it, the talking through it, is best done in a private situation. Being united will mean supporting agreed upon decisions. Once we come to a level of unity on how we're going to proceed, that we both get behind it, we both follow it, we both commit to and do what we said we're going to do. And obviously, being united means protecting the marriage relationship. What are we doing together to strengthen our marriage, even when the kids aren't involved? So that's a part of being united as well. I'm sure there's a ton of different reasons why couples can become divided. As we've been talking about all day, and we probably will as well tomorrow, number one is no accident. Fear is probably one of the major drivers. I love how Catherine said that this morning. That's one of my major takeaways, is she says the number one reason for bad decisions is fear. And I think back on many bad decisions in my life, and that rings true. So fear as parents, a lot of times it's personal. What if I make a mistake? What if I do the wrong thing? What if I upset them and then they distance themselves? So a lot of times those fears underneath the surface may result in disunity with our spouses. Another big driver is guilt, right? Thinking back on past decisions or things that I wish I would have done or did and didn't, wish I wouldn't have. So guilt can be a big driver. Different family backgrounds. One house raised in maybe a really strict, very regimented, very high expectations type home. Another may be just kind of laissez-faire, and things is just anything goes type of things. And you have two people raised under those environments are going to come with different expectations on how to parent and how we present with our children and our adult children. Personality differences. We got one may be a problem solver, another may be a nurturer, and just having those different personalities will shape how we view and how we engage with our kids as well. Different attachment styles. It says people respond differently to conflict, closeness, and independence. So some people may be very secure in their attachments, and they feel free to be who they are and communicate their thoughts and wishes and desires. Other people may be more anxious in their attachments or relationships. So people from that perspective are maybe kind of always nervous or worried that something's going to happen and the relationship's going to fall apart. There may be some blending of other attachment styles. So those type of things are going to also affect how we're unified with our spouses. So what are some, we could probably go around the room and come up with a pretty exhaustive list, but a lot of times from one time or another, what are some consequences that are likely to result or could result as a function of not being united? We're going to look at what are some of the consequences for the couple? What are some things that can happen? What are some consequences for our adult children and the family as a whole? So not being united can lead to just increased conflict. If we're not unified or not in a level of supporting each other on how we're approaching our kids, we're just introducing more conflict to a situation. Hurt feelings, resentment, a loss of trust, emotional distance. So as we're going through working, interacting in relationship with our adult children, and we're not unified, we're introducing all these type of consequences into our coupleship, into our marriage relationship. So some common thoughts that might result in you or your spouse might be things like, if I'm having to set a boundary or set a limit or say no, why am I always the one that has to be the bad guy? Why is it always me that's doing those type of things? Or why don't you support me in this? Why do I feel so alone? So again, that lack of being united is going to create relational issues, or has the potential to. What about for our adult kids? When parents are divided, our kids are likely to get mixed messages. One parent saying one thing, another saying another, and that lack of that disunity is going to result in confusion and a lack of clarity. They may become confused about expectations. So again, there's a lack of unity and clarity in that as well. When they're divided, children may avoid responsibility. It's amazing. I know this is nothing new, but I think it's been a phenomenon over the past 20 or 30 years of what they refer to as a failure to launch. You'll have many young adults that, and not saying it's necessarily a result of disunity with their parents, but it is a common phenomenon where children that are reaching a part of their developmental story where they need to be stepping into responsibility, stepping into that next phase of life. They become arrested and stuck at a lower level of development. So that can be a result of that if there's conflict or disunity in the home. You remember when your kids were little, right? The concept of triangulation, where sometimes they would learn. They're actually very adept at learning where they'll get a yes and where they'll get a no, and what do they do? They'll gravitate to the answer that they're desiring, and quite often, not only is that unhealthy for our kids, it's likely to create conflict between the parents as well. Quite often, they may feel caught in the middle. I mean, you see this so frequently in divorce situations or whatever. You've got two parents that are disunified, or even worse than disunified. There may be a lot of animosity between the two, and then you have a adult child in the middle that loves both his parents or her parents, and they find themselves in the middle, just trying to keep the peace, trying to keep everyone happy, and that's just an unfortunate and an unhealthy place for them to be. So what are some mixed messages that adult children receive when their parents disagree publicly?
It undermines one parent and just the respect.
Oh yeah. So what, expand on that.
Pay attention to mom or listen to her or the other parent or
Yeah,
dad.
right. So mom's a pushover, and so they start forming beliefs about their parents when those messages are mixed. Good. What else?
It's okay to air your disagreements in public.
Okay. Okay.
You know, start to think that's the way you do it.
Yeah. Gotcha. Which again, in that moving into future relationships, they may take that pattern in. It can kind of become a generational type thing as well. Good. So yeah. So obviously, I think there's a lot in it, right? There's a lot in the effort and the work that it takes to become as unified as possible. And again, we're saying that unity doesn't mean necessarily always meaning agreeing, but it means we're being aligned in the outcomes that we're shooting for, the outcomes that we desire. So the disunity has consequences for the adults as well as the adult children. What about the family? There's nothing like a Thanksgiving dinner, right? When there's tension. It's unpleasant, it's stressful, it's easier to avoid and those type of things. So it affects those times of community when it's good to be together and good to celebrate and it's not enjoyable to attend, right? So disunity can create those type of situations. Small issues become larger conflicts, right? Something that may be routinely solvable. Now we're introducing a lot of emotion, stirring up a lot of resentment or past history, and now the situation has become significantly larger than maybe it needed to. You may have, in my work, I've seen many situations, and it's heartbreaking where you see siblings become divided. And the siblings that are going to spend the greatest amount of time together on this planet, right, with their sibling than they ever will with us. Now they're split because they're maybe one's siding with one parent, one's siding with the other, right? So it's just heartbreaking to see that kind of situation. And family relationships become strained. So key thought on this is, division creates confusion, unity creates security. Right. So as we're unified and we're demonstrating connection, then there's just peace in that. There's safety, relationally and emotionally. We're being negative. Let's switch and let's go to the benefits. What are some benefits of United Front? So we'll go through this list, and maybe you guys might think of some others that aren't on there, right? What about for the couple? Greater trust, right? As we agree upon a course of action and we're both stepping up and following through, then I come to trust my spouse. I come to believe that in future situations that's likely to occur again, right? Better communication. Hopefully we're on the same page. We're approaching situations and circumstances from the same perspective. Increased emotional safety, a stronger partnership, less conflict. All those are good things, right? What about for the adult children? Similar type things, right? So when we're unified, they know what's expected. They know the way our position on certain situations or circumstances. The boundaries are consistent. They're not this way with one parent and over here with another, right? We know what to expect. We have a level of expectation and understanding the way things are. And again, that just creates trust and emotional safety. Greater stability, healthy modeling of relationships. Whether we realize it or not, our children and our adolescents and even our adult children, one of their most formative view of how relationships are or should be is within the family. It's the most powerful influence because at an early age, that's where we're learning and we're starting to understand how marriage works, how relationships work, all those type of things. So as we're modeling that, they're seeing good at work. Any other thought? Any other that may come to mind?
Strong foundation.
Strong. Can you expand on that?
Well, if the children and the benefits for the adult children, if they see that the parents are equally yoked and unified, then they feel a sense of foundation and belonging.
I love. Yeah, absolutely.
There's clarity, and in addition to that, there's also a path to resolve conflict.
Yes.
Like because you're always going to have conflict.
That's right.
Human beings, if we're breathing, we're going to have conflict. So for the adult children, if the parents are equally yoked and get along, then yeah, when we do have conflict, we have a way of resolving.
That's right. That's right. That's awesome. I thank you for saying that, Chris. That got me thinking as well because I always think back on, again, going back to the little T traumas, right? One that I experienced in my childhood was I never saw my parents argue or disagree. I never, and I know in my heart of hearts it was coming from a good intent, right? Just to protect the children from seeing that, which that's lovely. That's wonderful. But the backside that is I never had that opportunity to witness conflict occur, it being handled in a healthy way, and seeing my parents come out on the other side having resolved it, right? So there's an expectation that comes with that conflict's normal. It's natural. It's conflict isn't a bad thing. It's, poorly handled conflict is, right? So thank you for that, Chris. And to dovetail on what you said as well, a firm foundation is, I think that's what we all desire. As we age, we always want our home to be one where our kids are going out into the world and they're making their way in this whole thing called life, and we always want this to be a place they can come back. That's home. That's firm and predictable and all those good things. So yeah, thank you. Any others? Any other benefits for the couple? Can you see?
Security.
Security.
Feeling secure.
What's that now?
Feeling secure.
Feeling secure? Yeah, right. That again, it goes back to that as well, is even when situations come up where we don't agree, I'm secure that our relationship is going to make it through. I'm sure that I'm secure that I'll be safe in it and we'll work it out. Good. Oh, I'm gonna jump over that and come back. I just realized this morning, it's man, that's way out of order. So I almost forgot. Okay. So what are some ways that we can demonstrate unity, present a united front when maybe requests are made or one of our adult children comes up and asks about some situation and I'm not sure what the answer would be. There's some ways that just how we respond to that, whether we realize it or not, is presenting that message that I'm not in a place to make a decision by myself, right? And that's not a bad thing because because there's another person in the relationship, right? So things like let me talk with your mom, or let me talk with your dad, and I promise you I'll get back with you about that, right? I don't have to make that decision right in that moment, which I don't know if you guys have ever experienced that pitfall, right? Just feeling like I have to respond immediately, right? And quite often I do that, and you think, oh man, I should have paused, right? There's that wonderful word again. We'll get back to you. We want to think about this together. We're working as a team on this. Well, let's discuss it and let you know. So if you'll notice in the usually in most of them except for maybe one, there's a possessive in there, a plural, excuse me, like a plural and we, us. Those type of things are just unifying statements, right? Yeah, and those are powerful, by the way. Like even in situations when there's maybe or I don't know. your spouse is reacting in a certain way, instead of saying things like, when you do this, whatever, which rises defensiveness, I don't like it when you just, it's like it. I prefer it when we respond this way. So anytime we can avoid those plural pronouns, it just has a unifying effect, because words are powerful, right? Let's see. Wait a minute. See, this is what happens when things are out of order. Forgot where I'm going here. Let's see here. Yeah, now I'm going back. All right, so. There we go. This is neat kind of how this worked out. So I took the liberty and stole Catherine's acrostic for our community, right? This is kind of maybe a neat way to think about when we do come together. What's a model of how we can talk about these type of things, and again try to create that sense of unity. So initially would be, again, important to think about pause, like before I respond, before I make some kind of commitment, I'm going to stop and not be impulsive in that answer or whatever. So I'm going to take some time in doing that. As we're together, we can again assess what am I feeling? What might be driving? What emotions underneath this that might be driving my perspective or the answer or the fear that I'm experiencing? Then connect. Right? So we get together and talk about these things. And as you guys are participating in this, I think you're going to be more united when we can step into vulnerability and admit in those situations on what we're feeling, right? So it can be important to say, when I'll use our kids' names. When Marley made this decision, I was afraid that blah, 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 right? When Walker asked, if he could do this is the first things I started telling myself about it. When we can be open and be vulnerable about what we're going on with our spouse and feel supported in that, right? We're more likely to be aligned as we decide upon what's the healthy course of action that we want to take. What's the way we want to approach the situation, or the answer we want to give, or those type of things. So we're spending time together to come to that place, instead of just acting impulsively and making a quick response. Okay, so here's some example. Here's some things that it's important for unified couples to just come to an agreement upon about. This is moving forward with our adult kids. These are the non-negotiables. These are the things that we're making a decision that we're going to do or we're not going to do, right? So the first one, private conversations. So it might be a situation to where if we're not sure how we feel on that, we could use one of those statements to say, now that you're bringing that up, we need to think about that, and we're going to talk about it, and we'll give you an answer by tomorrow, right? So that is allowing for that ability to pull away and speak about that in private. So where sometimes, and this is one of the things I was a master at as a kid, right? I got very adept at asking my mom for things when I had friends around, and it used to just drive her crazy. But she'd be in one of those situations where she's been a rock and a hard place, and more often than not, she'd say yes, right? Because I figured that out. But she'd get on to me later. I'd do it anyway because it worked. But yeah, there's something to being in a public forum, to where there's additional pressures, right? So if we agree upon that we're going to do this privately, it reduces that, and then and that allows for openness and communication. Public support, we talked about that earlier. Finding ways to support our spouse's decisions or course of action, even if we don't agree on it. That can be hard to do, right? But if I can avoid undermining that, and I'm going along because that was the answer he or she gave, right? Then we can talk about it later, right? In the future, if this ever happens again, let's make sure we address this together. But nothing is more detrimental and creates that triangulation more than if one parent comes in and just completely takes the legs out from the other one, right? So you've already got division, and that's just not healthy for us. Another habit is shared language, using similar messages, setting similar or consistent expectations. Regular check-ins. Stay aligned before problems become crises. It's funny. Tracy always uses this example, and I think about it too. But I remember when I don't even know how Growing Kids God's Way that class. I don't remember how old our kids were. They were little. So they're probably 5 and 3. Well, maybe. Oh gosh, probably 5 and 3 maybe, or 4 and 6. But we learned a technique that is more powerful than it's going to sound, me saying this out loud to you. But you may have heard it before. It's a concept called couch time. Have you ever heard of that, couch time? Couch time with little kids, what it looks like is how important it is to set a family rhythm with our kids that mom and dad obviously it's not going to be 100% consistent, but mom and dad, we have a rhythm where every night at 5:30, right, everything else pauses. What you have going on, unless there's blood involved, is on the back burner. We're sitting down, and for 15 minutes, mom and dad are going to talk. We're just going to sit on the couch, and kids see that, right, and they see mom and dad becoming aligned. They see them communicating. They see them connecting in relationship. And for little kids, that is so incredibly powerful, because what they start to realize and start to learn is, as opposed, I think our culture sends a completely different message, but what those kind of alignment opportunities say to our kids is, you're not the center of the universe, right? There's, mom and dad's marriage mom and dad's relationship is the most important thing in this house, right? And that's, you say that in some venues and some avenues, people are like, what? But it's that situation of the marriage and mom and dad's togetherness and unity is more important than everything else. And the kind of the paradoxical effect on that is so good for kids to experience that and see that reality, because that lowers their anxiety. Because kids that are in control or have a perception that they're in control, that creates more anxiety for a young child than almost anything, right? So finding ways to check in, finding ways to stay connected is really critical. You know what I realized? What time do I have to? 3:15. What's that? I meant to ask before we broke off and never did. Okay, thank you, Sebastian, appreciate that. How we doing? Okay? There comes a time when I'm hearing my voice so much, I'm starting to realize, gosh, man, they're looking at the ocean, and I don't blame you. All right. Public support doesn't necessarily agree or doesn't equate to private agreement. Healthy couples can and healthy couples will disagree. So again, another, looking at less effective and maybe some other things that you can try instead. When we respond with just an absolute statement, that's ridiculous, I don't agree with that. That's gonna shut down the conversation and it's dividing the family. But in that same moment, you could say something again, You know, that's a lot to think about, and that raises some questions I'm not sure how I'm feeling about. You know, let us get back, let us think about it and get together and talk about it, and we'll get back with you, right? Again, those type of things are just lowering the pressure and creating a sense of unity. It protects the relationship while allowing for room for discussion. Okay, so yeah, we talked about that. Staying connected is hard, right? So it's important to think about in our marriage, within our coupleship, what are some things that we're doing, or maybe we need to reintroduce to help us stay connected. You know, various examples could be date nights, walking together, prayer, weekly check-ins, shared hobbies, uninterrupted conversations. So what I'm going to ask you guys to do is just independently of each other, if you're with your spouse, if you're not, then just do it from your perspective. But think back to some times when you felt connected, and what were some of the rhythms that were maybe in place that led to that sense of unity, led to that sense of connection. Yes, Clinton.
I think when I really feel connected, one of the times is when we go walking, exercising together.
Yes.
I feel unity. I feel power in that, and I feel togetherness.
Amen. That's good.
When we're in the park walking.
Right.
Yes.
And that's it's neat that you say that, because Tracy mentioned earlier the concept of love and respect and how men and women are different. Men are more apt to open up. They're more apt to connect when we're doing things they refer to as being shoulder to shoulder, right? So like I would have been more apt to get information from my son if we're out shooting baskets, right? Than versus sitting down in a chair face to face. You know, men connect doing something together, right? Shoulder to shoulder, right? Women, again, I know these are generalizations, but for the most part, women are more face to face. They're going to connect in a coffee shop, and you'll see a group of women sitting knee to knee and sharing and talking. Typically, men aren't going to do that, right? That's just not how we connect with others. We're going to go play a round of golf, or got a funny joke. It's funny to me, but I used to be a competitive cyclist, and so I would. Some of my friends, we'd go out riding, and maybe I hadn't seen them in months, and I'd go riding with Bob, and I'd come back, and Tracy would be, so what's going on in Bob's world? And I was like, I have no idea. And she'd say, well, what'd you talk about for 4 hours? Like, absolutely nothing. And it was the best time I've had in months, right? But we're together, right? So that can be a very common gender difference. So it's true. Good. Okay, let's see here. Sebastian, what'd you find out?
She's still fully engaged.
Okay, yes. See, that's another difference between Catherine and myself. She can. That's great. What's that?
You're doing great.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, let's see here. We're in a different type venue than I anticipated. So let's see here. Let's see if we can split this up a little bit. Would it be okay if the three of you guys got together?
Sure.
All right. What about the 3 of you guys? Okay. The 4 of you guys, and you guys, and the 4 of you. That works out. There's 4 scenarios, right? So you 3, I'm going to ask you to take scenario 1, and I'm going to give you some instructions in a second. If you guys take number 2, 3, and 4. We're going to. I'm going to give you some questions to talk through and see if we can come up with some good unifying way to approach these situations. So the first group, an adult child comes and can I have some money or whatever that might be, and maybe it's a not too substantial of an amount of money, but yeah. Then we got an adult child wants to move back home. An adult child is upset with one parent and asks the other parent to take sides. And an adult child asks for one parent permission after the other parent has already said no. Are these too outlandish? Are these too unrealistic? No, okay. Okay. So what I'm going to ask you to do in your group, and based on the scenario that you're given, take a few minutes and just discuss. We're going to go around and kind of share our responses. What would be some examples of division? What's some things that how might division look like in that type of scenario? What would unity look like? If we're approaching that situation from a place of the united front, what would that look like? How would these concepts that we're learning from PACT, the parent method, how might those guide your response? Is that clear? All right. 1, 2, 3, go.
We're coming down there. Oh, you're coming here. Okay. Put him right in the middle.
Here, let me do this, Carrie. You sit here and I'll hold this chair. Okay.
Yes.
Before Catherine was saying that if you want to finish early, you could. I don't know how much longer she's going to be.
Okay.
Ideally, we bring everybody back in the room so we can just close it down and we can just...
Yeah, because I know we're meeting with couples. Like Tracy and I we've got 2 couples that we're both meeting with.
Afterwards.
Yes. So
Amazing,
I
okay.
want to make sure that that's like...
Okay, so we do close things. I'm with that. I prefer not.
So I'd hate to like close it and then there's like a big period of time and then, but I don't know, it's...
No, I'm totally with you. I told Catherine that I think for everybody to come back in the room.
Yeah,
and pause
and then just kind of like be brief and...
Yeah.
Good. That sounds good.
That's a happy face.
Well, maybe it's some type of decision that would require some permission. Can I take my 7 wild friends to your new lake house that you just purchased?
Oh, that would happen.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, we had a situation recently that we didn't disagree with. We had one of our adult children who just had a child who was with her partner at his parents' home. And they had a disagreement. They've had squabblings about living issues. So we got to call tonight.
An adult child is upset with one parent.
Asking one off from the side.
Makes the other parent take sides.
So basically,
What's the deal?
go to the one that
Yeah, I don't know if I have that much more in me. I've got like a couple slides, so.
It makes sense.
it's also go to the meeting because I think division could occur, like you said. Then it goes down to only one person should just agree. Consulting the other. That's a great point. That's a great point. Because what happens if one agrees and the other one says different, and I want to grow or they would be good choices. And she says, well, let's look at it. Let's go. But that's how I was brought up. That's
Interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
I was brought up, you gotta fight, you gotta work hard, you gotta
Make it happen.
serious decisions and do it. You know? But she says,
Connect with you and your spouse.
talk about it.
Come to an agreement.
Then it becomes diluted.
how you're gonna decide to make a public school. How are you gonna take that example?
Yeah.
So what would you say?
What would I say? Well, I would imagine that her desires aren't too far off from yours. You do?
You think so?
You may not agree on how you want to get there.
Yes.
We want responsible children. We want kids that are happy and healthy.
Yeah.
How do you get there?
Well, we didn't really talk about it, but we've had disagreed.
35 years, or our 33 years.
Yeah.
And you would think that you have to have this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's hard. Is there a way that you can find a way to meet the same end, but both feeling good about how you're going about doing it? And I don't know the situation. I walked in on the last part. I didn't hear the example. Oh, okay. How old? 19. 19, okay. Yeah.
He's got a full-time job, he just got it, and so, like, this, all of that. And we're still raising him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but he's at home.
Exactly.
Like, are you, yes, like, are you raising him, like, you're sitting him down, and telling him what to do,
There's
that
rules
type of
of the
thing?
house that
Right, that's okay.
and that's
Yeah, because he's under your roof.
well, it's like
That's right.
the latest he got a tattoo. She went through the roof.
Yeah.
It was
Did you ask him not to since he's living in your house? So here's the thing, is that he knows, like, somebody brought it up, he knows how I feel. Well,
Yeah.
my kids know how I felt too. It doesn't matter, So he says to me, Mom, what do you think? And I'm like, I love you. And he goes, what do you think if I get into this before the What do you think if I get into it? And I'm like, I love you.
Yeah.
And
It's not my favorite decision, but
yeah, it's not
but
my favorite. It's not like
it's not gonna impact how I feel about you.
Right.
Right.
So when he came home with the tattoo from my daughter,
he just wanted approval.
and he was like, Mom, look. And I'm like, oh, right now. And he was like, Mom, look. And I'm like, and he was like, I love you.
But before that, it's like, what did I do wrong bringing these boys in?
Yeah. Did nothing wrong.
He did do
You did nothing wrong.
That's one thing. But he just, everything is in challenge.
Because he's strong-willed.
Yes.
That's how God wired him to be.
Are you saying, Danny, that it's not as big of a challenge?
But you know the good news is? You know the good news is? It really is. It really is good news. He's an adult and he can make his own choices. And it doesn't reflect on you. It doesn't mean you're a bad parent. That's just his. That's right. That's right.
And I know that's not a big deal. There are other. I know.
Yeah.
We gave that up a long time ago. My kids have so many. Erica just came home with another one.
Yeah.
We could have the same. She has her own. Yeah, she's
Yeah.
married, has a baby. You were at her home. I was at her home. We were in Milwaukee. She's like, we're just like doing her vacation, but I know. It's just that.
He'll come home to a dog.
I just, when you went through
For an undetermined amount of time.
how you were brought up.
Yes.
And that way, I'm telling you, I can't get rid of that in my brain.
Oh, absolutely.
Knowing that is the key of everything.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How she was brought up, how I was brought up, and how you try to go like this,
It's challenging, isn't it? Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
it doesn't, it's this.
Yeah.
Not this, it's this. It's like, okay, then it's like, who's going to be the bad guy? She's always the bad guy because I knew that, hey, this is how I was brought up, and you work hard for this, you get this and do this.
Right,
You know,
right.
and I see that in him, And I'm like, go for it.
Yeah.
And she's like, pump the brakes, pump the brakes, pump the brakes.
Yeah, right.
And what if he didn't live in the house? Would you be better about it? I think it'd be easier because I wouldn't see him. Because, you know, he's in and out, in and out of the house.
Yeah.
See everything else.
But I think that, Jesse, trust me, I'm not asking to compromise your values in any stretch of the imagination. But that might be one of those situations. Is the issue? What's more important, the issue or the relationship? There's a lot of ink. Again, it's not my thing. But yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, guys, we're gonna come back together. We're gonna come back together real quick. What's that? Yeah. Yeah, just, all right.
Yeah, we're gonna work on it. You're right here, right? She's coming.
Yeah.
It's expired.
Goes up pretty good.
This is a parking lot. Yeah. Which, how much was valet? Oh, $18. My parking is, oh wait a minute, here, maybe I can. On the beach and stuff. All over the parking lot, you have these places.
Hola, amorcito. ¿Cómo va?
Okay, let's gather.
Before we she did a visual thing about laying what who you want set up.
Okay.
We all went forward.
I want to make sure if you've not completed your assessment, that you make sure you get that in tonight. Because we want to print them off to have them ready for you tomorrow when we're going to work on your parent plan. We're going to do a plan for you to be able to know where your next step is on what you want to accomplish in your relationship with your child. And this report, which I'm so excited about, you're going to, I think, it's really going to be insightful. I just want to make sure we have your copy of your assessment. So if you've not taken your assessment, please see me right after so we can make sure we've got the right email address, because we've sent out emails and some of them have kicked back and we've tried making calls and some of them we didn't have phone numbers. So I just want to make sure everybody has had a chance to take the assessment if they're interested in it for tomorrow. All right. My dear friend, Sebastian.
Well, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for taking the time to be with us.
Thank you for participating. I saw and heard and really witnessed every single one of you really show up. Just want to acknowledge you all for taking the time again to sacrifice to be here. And I want to encourage you all to come back. You know, sometimes we get a little bit of the meal and then we're like, we're good. I encourage you all, especially with the parent plan that we have coming up tomorrow, you don't want to miss that. You don't want to miss walking away with a game plan, a blueprint, an actual process that you can take into action. Because one thing that happens often is information kind of like fills in a gap, but it doesn't actually lead to application. And in that process, it actually creates a sense of expectations that just get dropped because you have the information and not being applied. And sometimes what happens from there is you get your hopes up, and then hopes comes right back down, which actually leaves you in a worse off place than when you began. So make sure you come back so we can actually put a game plan to use. We can actually leave you with something to put into action. You can apply with your family, and you can start to put the parent method into use. Now, as you all have been hearing us speak on, the community that we're building is just like you, parents moving through this challenge of distance with their adult children. What we also want to encourage you to is if you are interested in learning more about the actual community and the long-term mentorship, come speak with us. This is obviously a place where we're safely creating an opportunity for you to get some long-term support and for you to get the actual long-term transformation that is available with the program. Does anybody have any questions? Cool.
Can we leave our stuff here tonight, or should we take everything with us?
That's a great question. Can we leave stuff here? The room is ours. You're good. Okay, don't leave it here. Don't leave it here. Yes. Yes.
Are y'all, is there someplace online that we can get a copy of the presentation?
The presentation?
Because I'm sitting here, you're trying to type
Yeah.
all the information and take a picture.
I got you. Yeah, we'll get it to you. We'll get it to you.
Or just if they email it, a copy.
Yeah, we'll get it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Great resource.
For sure.
I want to refer back, but my notes are probably not great.
For sure, for sure. So everybody, as we close up, we have Crystal over here to the left. Crystal, if you want to raise your hand. So Crystal is one of our enrollment specialists as well. Is anybody interested in learning more about the community and the long-term mentorship that is to follow? Okay, thank you, Ann. Okay, beautiful. Anybody else? Cool. So come back tomorrow. Make sure you get the, anybody missed the assessment that Catherine was speaking on? Raise your hands. Yes, we're missing an assessment. Okay, perfect. Make sure you go talk to Catherine. Nobody else? Assessment, we're good? Awesome, God. God bless you guys. Thank you for being here. You guys are amazing. See you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Yeah? Yes.